Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, una excelente mañana y que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y estoy muy emocionado porque mañana son las elecciones en Estados Unidos. Y no estoy emocionado porque vamos a escoger otro nuevo presidente. Estoy emocionado porque ya se va a acabar esto. Mínimo la primera parte de todo esto, ¿no? Yo creo que todos estamos hasta la madre. ¿Cuántos de ustedes ya no aguantan más tener que escuchar todas estas estupideces una y otra vez y toda la propaganda que estamos escuchando y todas las mentiras que estamos escuchando? Y a la gente que es, no les voy a decir intelectualmente, con déficit intelectual, pero lo que voy a decir es gente que no comprende absolutamente nada. Ahora diciéndonos por qué tenemos que votar simplemente porque algo les suda entre las patas o no. Es una absoluta locura. Hoy vamos a tener casino, obviamente, con el tío Alex, con el tío Farhan y con el tío Salo. Ahorita lo vamos a ver, pero rápidamente vamos a platicar de cuáles son los escenarios que se van a dar si es que gana cualquiera de estos candidatos, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. Y después de esto les voy a dar un Nadie me preguntó, donde les voy a probar que nos están engañando, bueno, que están engañando a todo el mundo y que esta carrera no está cerca. Es 80% Trump, 20% Harris, pero eso no importa. Te lo voy a enseñar, porque todo el mundo dice que está muy apretado, pero cuando vamos a los números directos, para nada. Es la imagen y la ilusión más grande. Vamos a empezar con esto. Vamos a empezar con qué es lo que va a pasar si gana Kamala Harris. Yo creo que es lo más fácil de entender para todos nosotros. No hay absolutamente ningún cambio en lo que hemos visto en los últimos 4 años. Vamos a empezar a hablar instantáneamente del mercado. El mercado va a seguir en su misma trayectoria. No tiene por qué no. Va a dar continuación a lo que hemos visto en los últimos 4 años. No sé cómo la gente cree que algo va a cambiar cuando Kamala no es la jefa, cuando Joe Biden no es el jefe y cuando tienen una corporación detrás con 100 individuos que tienen demasiado varo que les dicen qué hacer por todo el delicioso dinero que les dan para que ellos lo reciban de vuelta. Eso es algo bastante sencillo que entender. Eso no va a cambiar en Estados Unidos. Lo que quieren es que los mismos patrones, la misma gente que está sobornando al partido, continúen haciendo lo mismo. Por eso Kamala Harris también dice que va a poner tanto apoyo en inteligencia artificial, porque eso quiere decir que vamos a imprimir más dinero para los chips y para cualquier cosa. Ahorita están hablando de imprimir dinero para regalarle a Intel, porque Intel es demasiado grande para fallar. Y eso es exactamente el club que está en este momento puesto, derecho y listo para todo esto. Lo tienen básicamente ahí. Y eso es tal cual. No hay que cambiar por ahí. Es literalmente lo que estamos viendo. Va a seguir esto. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? El mercado va a seguir subiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque va a seguir habiendo devaluación de tu dinero, porque siguen robándose todo este dinero, como te estoy dando el ejemplo con lo de Intel y todo eso. Esto es lo que me vuela la cabeza de todo. Quiero preguntarles a todos ustedes que me están escuchando en este momento y que lo digan sinceramente. ¿Cuál es el problema número uno que les importa? ¿Sabes qué? No importa si vives en Estados Unidos o no, en tu país. ¿Cuál es el problema número uno que te gustaría solucionar? En Estados Unidos todos deberíamos de tener la cabeza puesto en el mismo lugar. Y la razón por qué digo esto es sencilla. Hay una cosa que nos afecta a todos y no es el aborto. Se los juro por mi puta vida. Y nadie se ha dado cuenta y nadie se ha puesto a pensar, uy, eso del aborto lo platican en cada elección y nunca pasa nada y siempre llegamos y es el mismo tipo de contención. Nunca se han preguntado por qué. Porque eso es para los tontitos, eso es la política para los tontos, para que no pongas atención a lo que importa. ¿Qué es lo que más importa? La devaluación de tu dinero, carnal. Es lo único que tienes, porque no importa cuánto dinero hagas, si tu dinero vale menos, tienes menos dinero. No hay de otra. No entiendo cómo a nadie se le ocurre eso. La devaluación de nuestro dinero es el problema más grande. ¿Y qué es la única cosa que ni Kamala Harris ni que Donald Trump están hablando? De cómo arreglar la devaluación de nuestro dinero. No hay. No hay. Y ahorita vamos a llegar a la de Trump. La de Trump no es lo que todo el mundo espera, se los prometo. Kamala Harris va a tener el mismo mercado que hemos tenido ahorita, va a seguir empujando para arriba, va a seguir viendo nuevos altos históricos y la razón por qué es porque nada cambia. En los últimos 4 años tuvimos eso. En los siguientes 4 años, si Kamala Harris es la presidenta, vamos a seguir teniendo eso. Porque una vez más, todos nuestros políticos y en el sistema tal cual como está el día de hoy, sin que nadie lo toque, así, en vivo y en directo, sin que nadie toque esto, Se están robando todo el dinero que pueden y eso nos cuesta a nosotros a través de devaluación, es lo que estamos viendo. Eso debería ser la primera cosa más importante que nos importe. La segunda cosa es nuestra seguridad. La seguridad de nuestro país, nadie habla de esto. Todo el mundo está enfocado en inmigración y no sé qué. Han destruido nuestra fuerza policíaca y nuestras entidades que enforzan la ley por los últimos 8 o 12 años. Lo han deshecho todo. Lo de los inmigrantes obviamente no ayuda a nada, pero no tiene nada que ver. Nuestra seguridad es mucho más importante que toda la demás y no tenemos seguridad. Y la siguiente, la libertad de expresión sin censura. ¿Eso no se les hace más importante que a quién le vas a quitar un bebé de la vagina? O sea, y también la discusión estúpida del bebé, ¿por qué ocurre todos los años? ¿Por qué todo el mundo está hablando de eso y no de lo que literalmente les afecta? Pero en fin, una vez más, una victoria de Kamala Harris es una victoria para todo el establecimiento. El establecimiento es el que está haciendo que la bolsa suba. La bolsa va a seguir subiendo a cargo de la inflación y ese aumento en el déficit, porque mientras más nos endeudamos, más masa monetaria es creada de la nada, trayéndola del futuro al presente e inflando la masa monetaria, lo que infla nuestros assets, lo que va a inflar acciones, lo que va a seguir inflando casas. Todo eso va a continuar si Kamala Harris gana. Una cosa que tengo que decirle a toda la gente, si viven en California, esto es algo que yo entiendo perfectamente porque vengo de bienes raíces. Hay una cosa que se llama la propuesta 33 y la venden en los comerciales como yo soy una gorda que come mucho azúcar y tengo diabetes, pero ese no es el sujeto de este comercial. Lo que estoy hablando en este comercial es que no quieren dejarnos a nosotros, los que tienen casas, poder construir una unidad adicional dentro de nuestra casa. Eso es lo peor que puede pasar. Eso es otra política californiana que va a pasar, obviamente, porque somos unos imbéciles y porque votamos por Gavin Newsom porque está guapo el tío, ¿no? Así como lo hacen personas que yo conozco que votaron por Gavin Newsom, que destruyó San Francisco después de destruir San Francisco y dejarlo literalmente como si hubiera habido una invasión de zombies. Votamos a Gavin Newsom para ser el gobernador de California. ¿Saben quién más destruyó California y San Francisco también? Jerry Brown. ¿Y saben quién más destruyó también San Francisco y California? Kamala Harris. Los tres trabajaron juntos para poder crear un lugar donde había paz, donde había seguridad, donde todo tu dinero no se iba en una sola cosa, donde nuestros seguros no costaban nada, y ellos tres juntos lo hicieron. Y ahora Kamala Harris va para presidente, lo que me hace pensar, muy probablemente Gavin Newsom va a ser el siguiente presidente del lado demócrata, porque nadie, absolutamente nadie está pensando en las cosas que de verdad importan, sino, una vez más, en todas las distracciones pendejas del planeta. Así que ahí lo tienen, Kamala Harris es una victoria para el establecimiento y continuar un mundo de censura, continuar un mundo empujando inteligencia artificial, continuando todo esto. Pero de nuevo, cripto, todo va a seguir subiendo. Yo sé que todo el mundo cree que Donald Trump es más pro cripto que Kamala Harris, porque en Estados Unidos nos hacen un excelente baile donde sale Elizabeth Warren y todas estas personas demócratas a hablar que cripto es lo malo. Pero nadie se dio cuenta que mientras más salieron a hablar, mientras más salieron a atacar a cripto, más subió cripto. ¿Y qué creen? ¿Que no saben cómo manipular el precio para abajo para que nadie esté interesado? Por el amor de Dios, a los demócratas les interesa igual cripto y ahorita vamos a platicar de esto en el siguiente. Nadie me preguntó si gana Donald Trump. Si gana Donald Trump, y esto es el problema antes de empezar el en vivo con estos tíos, si gana Donald Trump, honestamente vamos a estar en pedos financieros por un rato. Y aquí mucha gente va a decir, pero ¿cómo te atreves a decir eso, Alejandro? Y ahora, esto es si de verdad Donald Trump va a hacer lo que está diciendo que va a hacer, ¿no? Porque si literalmente no hacen nada de eso, pues, güey, olvídalo, no tienes un problema en la vida. Déjenme rápido, les enseño lo que les estoy diciendo, porque esto es algo de lo que yo ya había platicado con ustedes antes, pero mucha gente no cree. Pueden ver ahí que dice, Elon Musk ha dicho, de acuerdo a NBC, más importante que nada, tenemos que reducir nuestro gasto de vida para vivir dentro de dentro de nuestras posibilidades e y esto va a involucrar cierto tipo de tiempos duros, temporary hardship. Temporary hardship es tiempos duros, pero les prometo que a largo plazo esto va a ser bueno para todos. Y esto se los digo de corazón porque saben, Elon Musk es mi chile y lo adoro. esto es lo peor que le podría pasar al mercado. Pero por muchísimo, porque lo que Elon Musk está proponiendo es dejar de gastar y dejar de expandir la masa monetaria. Si dejamos de hacer eso, eso elimina la inflación. Eso es lo que definitivamente queremos. Pero si en verdad hacen eso, eso quiere decir que la bolsa y todo, cripto, absolutamente todo, tiene que pasar por un periodo de dolor que no hemos visto nunca, porque nunca hemos visto la dejada del gasto de gobierno. Nunca, 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 nunca. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que estoy en contra de esto. Tenemos que arreglar las cosas y tenemos que sufrir para poder arreglar las cosas, o van a continuar siendo peor, donde ya la gente está sufriendo de todas maneras. Pero que todo el mundo crea que si Trump gana instantáneamente todo va a pompear y se va a ir al cielo, si Elon Musk hace lo que quiere hacer, de verdad, va en contra de absolutamente toda regla de liquidez en el mercado. Así que ténganlo presente. Con esto son 11 minutitos de pendejada del tío Salo. Aquí lo tienen. Estos son los dos posibles escenarios, realísticamente hablando, sin noticias, sin estupideces. Y dime a ti qué es lo que más te importa de las elecciones, porque creo que estamos en un problema gigantesco con lo fácil que somos manipulados por todos estos tíos. Vale, y ahora para todos ustedes, bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo con Farhan y con Alex. Por supuesto que sí, vamos a estar analizando todos los precios con ustedes. Tenemos clase hoy, tenemos clase el miércoles, tenemos clase el viernes. Recuerden que el horario cambió, lo sentimos muchísimo para todos ustedes que llegaron antes y que se lo perdieron, pero aquí estamos para analizar tablas con todos ustedes por 4 horas, a darle para adelante y sin nada más que presentar, traigo a estos tíos. Y ya saben, good morning, guys. Just one second, sorry. Todos se los voy a pasar, lo vamos a platicar en inglés y se los voy a pasar al español después. Si quieren unirse a Elite Trading Academy, tenemos el sitio, está aquí abajo, tenemos todas las señales de compra-venta, acabamos de mandar una, lo acabo de ver, algo que tiene que ver con PayPal. Sí, acaba de jalar el long trigger. Para todos ustedes que están en el sitio, vayan a ver esa señal, y para todos los que no, ahí lo tienen. Y si quieren aprender de trading y lo quieren hacer en un lugar sencillo, tenemos un curso de 1 hora 40 minutos, cuesta $24.99, lo queremos hacer lo más fácil y barato para todos. No se los damos gratis, porque cuando das algo gratis a la gente no existe valor conceptual. La persona lo ve y dice, pues esto no va a valer nada si es gratis, pero lo pusimos a un precio bastante estúpido comparado con cualquier otro tipo de cursos. He visto cursos que valen 10,000 y con ese curso, después de 1 hora 40, si te lo avientas, vas a poder entender absolutamente todo lo que estamos platicando acá y poder empezar a practicarlo de tu lado y crear un sistema de trading para ti. Es muy básico, pero cubre todo, desde lo más sencillo hasta lo complejo, y de ahí puedes literalmente entender cualquier canal que veas y cualquier cosa que estés viendo en una presentación de finanzas en una tabla. Así que aquí lo tienen. Y también para la gente que quiere ser parte de la comunidad, tenemos nuestro Discord, es completamente gratis. También hay señales en el Discord de corto plazo, absolutamente gratis. Queremos que todos ustedes aprendan lo más posible. Todos los enlaces están aquí abajo. Quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, BitGet también está aquí abajo, Bluffing está aquí abajo, que son los exchanges de futuros que usamos. Y en el sitio hay videos donde les enseñamos cómo usar eso. Alrighty, boys. Holy shit. Listen. The elections are happening, had to take advantage of it, bring some people in, tell them exactly what we should expect with the elections. Because I know a lot of people are thinking if Kamala wins, it's going to be worse for the stock market than if Trump wins. Personally, I don't think so. I showed you guys that Elon Musk wants to cut budgets and wants to reduce inflation, which, by the way, is what we should do. But that's going to bring hardship. That's going to bring... what's the opposite of inflation, which is prices going up? Deflation, prices going down, and that happens all around. So
how do you think that'll coincide with Trump saying he wants to cut rates?
This is what doesn't make sense, dude. This is why I don't believe it. By the way, I don't believe him. I don't believe that Elon is really going to do this, because if they really did, we would have 2 years, which would be the worst 2 years in recent memory for anyone.
And Tesla would nuke along with the rest of the market.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you stop printing money. Of course they would. And you stop expanding spending, and you stop expanding free money. So, of course he would.
And I don't know if Elon could really afford that, because he has a lot of his Tesla shares like leveraged.
Yeah.
I wish I fucking understood. But if Kamala Harris wins and everyone is thinking the stock market is going to go down, she's anti-crypto, it's pumped the whole way up here. With Joe Biden and whoever the real president is, it's pumped all the way here. I mean, and as much as Democrats attack crypto, you guys tell me if I'm crazy, the more they attacked it, the higher the price went up.
Yeah.
100%.
Don't you guys remember
No.
in 2021, whenever the price of Bitcoin went from like 30s to all the way to 65K? That was right after Biden took office.
That's what I'm saying. Because I'm going to make a video after this, but the whole point for them is they want us all to look at crypto and go like, wow, look at Bitcoin prices. Everything should be this. So when they introduce digital payments for everyone and everything, it feels like it was our idea, not theirs.
Huh.
it's
That's a good concept, though. I could totally see them doing that, like making
yeah.
it, like tricking it, us, like what they always do.
Yeah, because dude, they're telling you only bad people use this technology, which is the most obvious stupid thing to say because this is the most traceable money you'll ever spend, right?
Yeah.
So if they came out at the beginning and said we need to do this because we can trace every transaction, people would be like, no. But if instead they're like, this is what the revolution, like the people, the free thinkers want to use as exchange, and then it's making a lot of people a lot of money. I want to be a part of that. And that's kind of like the fuck you guys, here you go.
Yeah. It's kind of hilarious how people like Elizabeth Warren keep using crypto by saying that, oh, this is the #1 preferred method of money transfer for terrorists, when like 3% or less than 3% of all crypto transactions are used for bad purposes. And I believe 97% of or 98% of all terrorism is funded by the US dollar.
I mean, didn't we give us like dollars essentially when Obama was president? Like a lot of it.
Pallets of cash to Iran.
Guys, we launder the drug dealers' money, the cartel's money. We put it in Bank of America. We put it in HSBC. Everybody knows this. Nothing happens ever. Like,
Didn't they literally find cocaine on a JP Morgan airplane?
yeah, but that's the least of anyone's problems. Like, who gives a fuck? This is another thing that they all use against everyone to distract people. Who gives a fuck if the dude's doing cocaine? Like, legitimately.
Well, they found like a decent amount.
Yeah, they just paid $150 million for manipulating a market and making $1 billion. So that means that they're able to take 90% profits and then just pay for it. Yeah, this is what they do. This is what they do. So none of this shit is real. Let's fucking look at fake money online today. We got some good requests. Let's analyze it and hopefully make people some money. And also ourselves. I'm very interested in making more money myself.
That'd be pretty cool.
Pretty neat. That'd be pretty neat indeed. All right, we got 2 requests to start: Nasdaq and then Tesla. Who wants to do what?
I can do Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'll do Tesla.
All right, you'll start, Farhan.
Yeah, we should.
I'll probably have to open my trading view. All right, here we go. As long as you don't go into a porn. Oh, wait, moved it. As long as you don't open Pornhub, we should be safe.
Can't promise that.
Because of the copyright strike. Nasdaq.
I'm gonna do Nasdaq futures if that's cool. Because that's the one.
Okay.
That's one that doesn't close.
Yeah. NQ1. CME Nasdaq. Got it. And you know what? I forgot about our little banners.
Oh, the ticker.
The tickers. All right. This is what we're going to be seeing right now. NQ1.
And if you guys are wondering why your numbers are slightly off from mine on NQ1, is because you have to get a secondary package with TradingView for live data for CME.
Oh, really?
Yeah, otherwise you're going to be, I think, 10 minutes delayed.
What a cocksucking thing.
Not at all. It's like a whole subscription where you can get CME like
it's like, I think it's like $7.50 a month.
I thought I was paying that for the overnight. I'll see either way after the stream.
And because if you don't have that, then your Bitcoin CME is also going to be 10 minutes delayed.
What price do you have on Bitcoin CME right now?
Right now, I have 68,790.
I have 68,660.
Yeah, me too, Alex. So we definitely don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Can you see after close, like the actual chart and with candles?
No, it doesn't show you candles. It just shows you where the price is at.
That's it? There's
Yeah.
something also in TradingView where you can see the after the close.
Really?
Yeah. Well, all right. We'll figure it out later.
Monthly on Nasdaq futures right now is brushing right up against these the breakout area of the top 38.2%. Every single time that we close above that, let me turn this brightness up a little bit. There we go. Every single time that we've closed above this top 38.2%, we've gone on a pretty nice vertical move to the upside. Like we did it over here. We went up all the way to new all-time highs. We did over here. We went up to new all-time highs again. And we usually come up somewhere around the 61.8 to the 88.3% on the HPDR. So right now, if that relationship does hold true again, and we close over this top 38.2%, which right now is at 20,133, we should get a move towards this 61.8 at the very least, which right now is at 21,139. That would be new all-time highs, all the way up towards this 88.3, which is currently 23,215. Also new all-time highs. So we are currently basically in price discovery mode for Nasdaq, where it's just gonna go as high as it does to liquidate every single short who tries to be a hero and catch the top. The HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up, and we're over the moving average. We're about to enter into the bullish control zone on here on the momentum, which should also coincide with us going up towards that 88.3%. Last time we flipped up and entered the bullish control zone was right over here, and we got how much of a percent move? 60, almost 64% to the upside when we got that same setup on HPDR momentum that we're getting now. And from there, volatility was at a higher point than we are now, because we were all the way up there at 60% on volatility. At this point, we're only at 37.5%. So we could theoretically get an even more powerful move than we got that last time. The quarterly right now is still holding the 5 EMA, and as long as like it's holding the 5, it's still on what I consider to be vertical mode. It's held the 5 EMA on this entire run from April of 2010 all the way until December, January of 2022. And then we got that short little bear market in 2022, and then we quickly reclaimed the 5 EMA, and now we're holding it every single time that we get a correction. It comes down to the 5 EMA, we get a spring off of it. So we should expect the same relationship to hold true as we got from 2010 all the way to 2022, where every time we hit the 5 EMA, we end up making new all-time highs after that. And every single time we've done it so far, since basically October of 23, we've been making new all-time highs every single time we tap the 5 EMA. The jewel is currently entering into the bullish critical zone after trying to get out of the bullish control zone, and it flipped right back up. In about April, July of 2023, it flipped right back into the bullish control zone, and now it's entering the bullish critical zone again. Last time we entered the bullish critical zone in the jewel was right here in July of 2013. Let's see what happened there. Very interesting, huh? We went up another 417% after the jewel entered the bullish critical zone.
Come on.
Wow.
For stocks, that's fucking insane.
Well, if we gave gold like a little bit of a right to be right? And we say gold is really telling us about devaluation, like money's going to devalue it like crazy. These things should go up like crazy.
Yeah, probably the most biblical bull market we've ever seen.
Yeah. Basically, that's what I'm expecting.
Weekly momentum is starting to reset while volatility is ticking up a little bit. So weekly is telling us that we should be looking for a little bit of a correction, which we're getting now. We've closed below the weekly median, and now we've back tested it and rejected it. So as of this moment, we have more of a probability of coming down towards this 21 EMA again. But since we've tested it so many times, it probably doesn't hold this time around. And we probably come back down to retest this 55, which would still be keep the silver cross intact, where the 21 is above the 55. And that could bring us all the way down to around 18,500. And that's the area where I would be looking for our next local bottom before we continue back to the upside and make new all-time highs. And the first area of hopium, though, like if we do hold this area, we could probably make all-time highs sooner, but it's not very likely to hold because of how many times we've tapped the 21. But that would be the 50% right at 19,500. That's like the best case scenario for bulls on the correction, is if we bounce off of that and go to new all-time highs from there. The 2 days resting right at the 21 EMA, which also makes me think that the 21 doesn't hold on the weekly, because we've already tested this 21 so many times on the 2-day. So we probably come back down towards this 55, which also that does line up with the 50% on the weekly, because the 55 on the 2-day is sitting at 19,600. So just over that 19,500 number. Daily is trying to put in a bit of a local bottom with this candle right here. What we need to do to confirm this is a local bottom is we have to close over 20,288. Then if we do that, then we have a probability of coming back up towards this 50%, which would be, I believe, all-time highs, right? Yeah, just brushing up against our current all-time highs. But usually, whenever we go towards break, that would be a break above this blue 38.2. So we should tap the 78.6. 78.6 is basically new all-time highs. Monthly volatility is currently dropping as we're going sideways. So that's telling us that whatever move we're getting right now is a corrective move. And not only are we getting a correction, but we're going up while we're getting a correction, which is usually not what you see during a correction. You don't usually see price accumulate upwards. That's the meme that people throw around on crypto Twitter called vertical accumulation, where people are accumulating while the price is going up. Quarterly still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence in play. Keep maintaining the bullish control zone. As of right now, we've hit basically all of the targets we can, because we have the 9 EMA already above it, and all of our major moving averages are below price. But if we were to apply another target, we would get the bullish critical zone, and that one right now sits at so high from price right now, 31,856. That's not quite 100% from here, but that's a 50% move from here. Yeah, it's like 55% of a move from here, which last time we entered the bullish critical zone on the Jewel, we got a 400% move. So 55 doesn't seem that crazy.
God fucking damn.
This is the first time we've had this many drives of hidden bullish divergence on Nasdaq futures as well. Last time we had 2 drives of hidden bullish divergence instead of 3, and we got a pretty biblical rally from that. Let's do the math. Let's see if the math is mathing. 750%.
How? How, Sway? How?
It's insane to see numbers like this on traditional markets.
Yeah, I mean, inflation is gonna fucking tear us a new asshole.
Also, look at this: the vertical accumulation, accumulation distribution indicator. It's starting to flip back up into accumulation, where we've been in a distribution phase all the way since about 2022. The last time we flipped up from distribution to accumulation, right here, right after the 2008-2009 crash in April of 2010. And that is basically the same place where we have our hidden bullish divergence confirmed. We went from, when we flipped from distribution to accumulation, we went, let's flip that. Yeah, 869%. Very nice. Very beautiful number.
What the fuck is going on?
We're just now getting that again. We're switching from distribution on this way down. We went even lower than we went at this point, but price made a significantly higher low, which gives us hidden bullish divergence on here as well, on the quarterly. And is volatility? Volatility is basically at the same exact place where it was last time too, whenever we got that 869% move. Weekly has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence in play, which is active unless we close below 20,000, basically. If we get one more close below 20,000, then that divergence would be invalidated. But until then, our next target is going to be the bullish critical zone. And that area, it is very probable too, because we're so low on our volatility that we could get a move towards that very easily. And that number is currently at new all-time highs at 23,590. 5 days about to confirm some bearish divergence though, and it will confirm as long as we're below 20,294. So if we close below that, we will confirm that bearish divergence, and that will also be a rejection of the bullish control zone. So our first target is going to be the middle zone and then the bearish control zone on confirmation. The middle zone right now is at 18,936, and the bearish control zone is 16,644. What I think is probably going to happen is it's going to go somewhere down to that mid 18,000 number if this does confirm, around 18.5, just below this mid area, and then probably get a strong spring from there and close back over 19,000. 3-day has a little bit of inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. That would give us a measured move to the bullish critical zone. And as of this moment, that's at new all-time highs at 21,259. And we're at very extreme lows on the volatility. 2-day is on like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of zero volatility. As long as we hold this 21 EMA, that volatility expansion should statistically be to the upside. If we lose this 21 EMA, though, very easily we could see that volatility expansion come all the way down towards this 100 EMA, possibly a little bit lower, to tap that 18,500 number. But we would absolutely want to see that 100 EMA hold on a close, though, or else the odds shift more in favor of the bears. And the daily also has confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence. And we're getting volatility expansion with this move down. So this is telling you this is not really a corrective move on the daily. We've hit the bearish control zone. We're getting a little bit of a bounce right there, which lines up with us hitting the 55 EMA. But as long as we're closing below 20,288, the pressure is still to the downside. And our next target, as long as we're below there, is going to be the bearish critical zone, which as of this moment is at 17,900. So this number probably changes in the next couple of daily opens and probably lines up somewhere with that mid 18,000 number. Yeah. As of this moment, and on the low time frames, it's looking a little corrective. And the higher time frames are looking extremely bullish. It's looking monumentally bullish, and it's looking like we're probably going to get a 50% move on the higher time frames after we finish this correction on the lower time frames.
God, well, holy shit balls. It kind of feels like you were saying, right? Like it's right after 2008, 2009, when it like went up like crazy all this time, like basically went through a mega run from then all the way to 2020. And that was just a small interruption. Then it continued to run even further. It kind of feels like, because if you really pay attention, 2008 was a time where people couldn't afford anything and the economy was just like transacting less. So there's less transactions. That means everything is worse. And eventually what fixed it was money velocity accelerated along with spending and everything. So there was more exchange of money. That's kind of like where we might be going now. Because even though it looks like it's not 2008, we might be coming out, because it's been really shit 2 years for the economy. Like, in my view, it has been a really shitty 2 years for the economy, and everything is getting worse. And that's normally what recessions last like.
Yeah, but then they changed the definition of recession.
Well, the definition, and also people are stupid and they don't understand that you can be in a recession. Like, it's the same environment. You cannot afford a house. You cannot afford food. You cannot afford anything. But now, instead of being unemployed, you have 3 jobs. This is way worse. If you ask me, I'd rather not be able to afford anything but not do anything instead of having 3 jobs and not being able to afford anything. So fuck. Alrighty. AVAX.
Oh, wow. Haven't seen that in a while.
There you go. Yeah. It's a little throwback for you boys.
Let them go, fellas. Let these old flames die out.
They love them. They love them. Okay. Estamos viendo el Nasdaq rápidamente en futuros, por eso es el NQ1 con exclamación. Ahora, algo que nos acaba de decir Farhan es que no me había dado cuenta yo. No tenemos una cuenta en TradingView donde agregamos información de futuros a momento en tiempo real. Cuesta como $7 más al mes. No les estoy vendiendo nada, solamente les estoy diciendo. No lo tengo yo puesto. Por si alguno de ustedes sí lo tiene, el número va a ser un poco diferente y literalmente lo único que tiene es una respuesta de... O sea, mi tabla está atrás 10 minutos del tiempo real, ¿ok? Es lo que les quería decir. Estamos viendo esto en la semanal. Voy a irme rápido a la trimestral para que puedan ver este movimiento tan absolutamente loco del Nasdaq que ha tenido desde cuándo, desde el 2009, básicamente ha estado subiendo, 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 subiendo y teniendo estos megapompazos, ¿no? O puede ser que subiendo y estas megacorrecciones, porque esto fue el 2022, esta fue la corrección del 2022 al 2023 y de ahí para arriba, señores. Ok. Cuando volteamos a ver la trimestral, podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 5. Cuando estás en arriba del promedio del 5 en este tipo de tablas, este tipo de assets, podemos ver que es literalmente vertical y para arriba solamente. Tabla trimestral a través del HPDR y de todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad nos dice que esta cosa, me cuesta trabajo decirlo porque va a tomar tiempo, se puede ir literalmente hasta 30,000. Y sería un movimiento bastante agresivo, no voy a decirles que no, pero esto se podría ir hasta 30,000 en un putazo, de acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo. Hay divergencias alcistas ocultas en el RSI, lo que nos está indicando que va a haber continuación en el movimiento. Y también si simplemente estamos analizando la tabla que estás viendo, literalmente up only. Puedes ver que esta es una tendencia alcista, tienes mínimos acá, mínimos acá, mínimos acá, y ahora continúas haciendo nuevos mínimos. Literalmente esto podría caer hasta acá a los 12,000 y seguirías en tendencia alcista creando nuevos mínimos, pero eso no es lo que estamos viendo nosotros. No vengan a ponerse triste. En temporalidad mensual también estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, donde hay diferentes continuaciones a esas divergencias alcistas ocultas, donde nos dan objetivos bastante locos a la alza. Personalmente, me cuesta mucho trabajo entender cómo algo así, porque todas las señales que estamos viendo también en la mensual, junto con la trimestral, es que la última vez que todo estos setups de momentum y volatilidad se habían dado, el Nasdaq subió 800%, 800% un índice. Obviamente se dio a través de todo este tiempo, que fue literalmente del 2009 hasta donde estás hoy. Quiero que lo puedan ver para que tengan una idea de que no es mame. Estás hablando de 1900% desde el 2009 en un índice. Así que no crean que solamente porque suena demasiado loco no es posible. Solamente toma tiempo. Lo pueden ver acá en la tabla. Y también, si estos números de verdad se dan, eso quiere decir que la devaluación de nuestro dinero se fue a tope y la inflación está a tope y todos somos archimillonarios, pero ya no cuenta ser archimillonario, tienes que ser putitrillonario para poder tener dinero. Vale, acá tenemos un poco de un doble techo, estamos en temporalidad semanal, eso es cuando el precio no puede pasar de cierto punto y normalmente hay una reversión de precio. No estamos viendo eso, personalmente no lo creemos, lo que sí estamos haciendo es creando nueva estructura con bajos más altos, lo puedes ver acá, y altos más altos hasta acá, pero acá no, todavía no te dice que va a haber continuación del movimiento. Pero en semanal y en diario, mientras más nos acercamos a la diaria, sobre todo, podemos darnos cuenta que acá ya hay una ruptura de esta tendencia a la alza, lo que nos está diciendo que esto puede presentar una corrección. Y lo que esperamos en temporalidad corta, y déjenme quito estas velas, aunque pueden ver cómo el promedio del 9 está ahora por encima del 21 y están a punto de darse la vuelta junto con el 5 y se han recargado en el 55. Voy a eliminarlos para que lo puedan ver de cerca y nos podamos dar cuenta de lo que puede llegar a ocurrir. Lo que nosotros creemos es que esto pueda continuar consolidación por acá, llegar a esta zona de los 18,373, como este sería nuestro peor escenario, y de ahí dar una continuación a la alza. Todo esto, una vez más, simplemente basado en todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, viendo también el RSI y viendo cómo se está moviendo el precio. Esto en temporalidad diaria tiene cara de no ser una corrección, porque me parece que la volatilidad estaba expandiendo. En un segundo a ver si pinté ahí. Sí, obviamente pinté ahí. Volatilidad estaba expandiendo, déjenme prendo esto, exactamente. Y si la volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que el precio va cayendo, eso te da una validación de que no es un movimiento correctivo de precio, sino un movimiento en esa dirección. Ahora, se puede venir a recargar tranquilo en el promedio de las 200 y continuar para arriba, pero también puede venir a recargarse en esta línea y dar continuación. Es qué tanto va a caer, lo que no quieres perder es este mínimo, básicamente. Si perdieras estos mínimos por ahí de los 18,339, aquí sería algo para preocuparnos y sería diferente a lo que estamos hablando. Pero hasta que entonces no tengas ese momento, esto es una continuación del movimiento, simplemente con una corrección para poder dar esa continuación hacia el futuro a un precio absolutamente estúpidamente ridículo. Y ahí lo tienen, ese es para todos ustedes el Nasdaq en futuros y sigo pintando en mi tabla como todo un amateur. Vale pues, Alex, ready for Tesla. Wait a
Nice.
second. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Tesla's weekly, you know, it still held above the weekly EMA 9, which is a good sign for bulls. You know, the only big caution here is this SFP we had right at that $263.94, right at 264 essentially. You know, that's kind of the area where bulls wanted to hold to kind of avoid this bigger dump. And now we've gone straight to the weekly 9. So this is the bounce zone we'd expect. You know, especially when we see here, if we throw the 55 on, we do still have a weekly silver cross. So it makes sense to kind of see, you know, each time Tesla has rallied up to that 264 zone, it usually comes back down to that weekly SMA 200. The issue is it usually doesn't hold it. And then we lead to a bigger dump or just more chop. So now this is a very crucial point because we can just see here, you know, if, you know, third time, usually there's like a power of threes in markets. And so this would be kind of in this range that we formed here. The third time it's testing it, at least in my book. And so I really would want to see actually bull step in right here, right at 236 to 239. It's like a range. We're currently bouncing off that weekly 9, which is welcoming. So it's telling me that bulls are trying to front run that weekly SMA 200 retest essentially. That makes sense. Once you reclaim a massive level like that SMA 200 on the weekly, you know, it A, doesn't get tested a lot, but B, you know, we should at least, it shouldn't surprise anyone to retest is basically what I'm saying, especially, you know, as massive a level as it is, and the fact that we don't test it a lot. And that's why we just really want to see bulls step in right here. And then ideally get, you know, ideally closures back above that 262 to potentially get a chance to test 298 to 300. You know, but for me now, Tesla's still looking good. And this just looks like a weekly silver cross retest. It makes sense that we also are dumping right before the election, considering, you know, Elon's been extremely political this time around, and he's actually going to potentially have a seat in the government. So that's the weekly. We just want to bounce. The daily kind of lines up with what I'm saying. If we take this 55 off, we essentially see that, you know, if we lose that 34, we're going to probably go back down to $225 to maybe even testing this meme line at $219. And so it's very crucial for bulls to kind of step in here and ideally reclaim that daily 9. So that way we can at least get a pushback up to that 262. And then from there, the reaction will be very key. If we can get some reclaims, then this will actually look really welcoming. The weekly bounce where it needed to, and the silver cross is still active. But if we end up rejecting that, then to me, it'd look like a bearish retest. And again, makes sense on the daily. We reclaimed it. We lost it. This could have acted as it, right? The retest to resistance to follow through. So all that does now is tell me that any retest up to here is resistance. And that's why getting that reclaim on the daily could at least trigger an easy trade back up to that $298 to $300. But we also know, if we view this on like the daily, that trend actually kind of broke to the upside, which is nice. We see here when Tesla actually wicked up to that 270, even here, this is a better example because it actually made a higher high. When we made that high on October 28th, to me that's a higher high. You know, we broke structure overall, and since we broke that wick high, that is the higher high in my book, and this is looking like the higher low. So for me now, it again just ties into, we kind of want to see a bounce here. We want to see bulls grinding a higher low, right around, you know, that 239 to like maybe 236 level. More shown on the weekly, and then we can potentially get a nice breakout from the zone. You know, with volatility, I'm not really getting anything. It is just more in like a corrective manner. So I'm not getting anything on the daily, but you know, I like the weekly volatility. Potentially is resetting, and it'll be very interesting to see kind of where this goes when this starts expanding. That's kind of just ties into, you know, bulls bouncing here and then actually reclaiming that 262. Could really get us that 300, and then that'll be really crucial because that 300 zone, basically it's another huge range that Tesla will be in. And I'm getting massive support at 300, which is now resistance based on here, this rejection. So any rallies into here, I'm going to be very cautious of that. But again, if we reclaim that, then I do think Tesla's going to be in bull mode. And we probably will see that weekly volatility start expanding. Let me check the monthly, not the 2 month, like the monthly. Make this like that. There we go. Yeah. And so the monthly, again, if the daily starts turning and losing that EMA 34, and the weekly ends up losing the 9, and we don't hold the 9, then we definitely could get a bigger pullback. And what I'm liking about the monthly here is the 9 is kind of lining up nicely with the mean line here. I don't use the EMA 5 for higher time frames, but it is on my chart. I think it's listed. I guess it's not. Okay, cool. So it's turned off. And so, we're getting that cluster of EMAs. So we end up losing that EMA 34 on the daily. To me, it'll probably be a sign that the weekly will end up not holding that retest. And then we'll all eyes on that weekly EMA 100. That's what I was basically trying to say is it's nice that monthly 9 is lining up with the weekly EMA 100, which also happens to line up with basically what we see here. If the daily starts losing that EMA 34, in my system, we usually get a free move to that EMA 100, which could end up being a nice gap fill too. So we do see bulls stepping in here. That's welcoming. Watch the daily close very closely, because if we can end up holding this 9 and reclaiming it, then I do think it's going to spark a move back to 262. And then that will be a big decision maker if we're going to actually test 300. A massive level on Tesla overall that hasn't been tested in a long time. But with the weekly posturing like this, and even the 2-week, looking as good as it is, we really have to just be mindful of watching pullbacks as an opportunity on Tesla, considering the trend is flipped and it's now in that higher low to higher high posturing. So I just want to see where this daily closes. We end up bouncing where I said we would, right here, kind of the last stand for bulls. Then all eyes on that EMA 9 reclaim. And then for me, it still wouldn't trigger a long. I just want to see that 262 to 263 actually hold. You can just see on the daily, rejection, 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 even this rejection. And so if it starts flipping it, then it'll be pretty obvious to me that we just shifted trend, and now we're actually even basing and doing like an SR flip. What was resistance, now support, for maybe a move back up to here. And then, I'd expect some kind of pullback, but then we should just be on higher low watch again for maybe a bigger breakout. So that's kind of the scenario I'm watching for Tesla. I'll take it level to level. And as it stands, we are in that bounce zone. Be really mindful of that daily EMA 34. And of losing that, we're probably going to go back to that $225 to like $225 to maybe even wicking back to 220. And so that's kind of all I see with Tesla. It's looking good. We have a weekly silver cross, so you should be mindful of that. It is bouncing exactly where it needs to. This weekly is closing in 4 days, obviously, so we'll just have to see where it closes, and it'll all tie into the daily, because the daily starts, churning, then it'll just bleed into the weekly, which then will bleed into the monthly. So watch really closely the daily on Tesla. This is the spot we want to bounce, and bulls luckily now are stepping in. We did bounce exactly on that 34, which tells me, people are bidding this, they are buying it. We are approaching resistance at that daily 9. We, haven't really tested it since we lost it. So really be mindful of that $247.93. Call it 248 as resistance. But yeah, that's it on Tesla. It's looking constructive. It's just having a pullback, which I think will be an opportunity in the long run, assuming that weekly just holds above the 9. And so yeah, it's looking quite nice. Let's see if we actually get that bounce zone. Let's see if the 34 holds, and then let's see where that daily closes today. Because that daily can actually, like I said, reclaim that 262, 263. Then I do think this could potentially, it'll start looking good. Maybe the presidency for Elon and Trump is actually going to benefit Tesla, because everyone is saying it's going to dump Tesla. It's going to be bearish for Tesla. I'm sure people are massively shorting Tesla. And it would be funny if we just, actually reclaimed 262, went up to 300, quickly reclaimed that, consolidated, and then massively broke out past 400. It'd be kind of funny, but level to level for this one, because it's very uncertain territory, uncharted waters. with the election tomorrow.
And what you're saying and what you're describing too of the prices going up like pop, 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 is exactly what happened on the first time it expanded like crazy from the 280, 320 area all the way to $1,000. So it's not something that Tesla's not familiar with, which is interesting.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. And especially when we see weekly volatility starting to reset, creep down, very welcoming. That's what you want to see, especially when we're at $246. That can actually reset while the weekly starts reclaiming back above, let's even call it just 300, nice psychological number. Be pretty massive for Tesla. There's not many times in history where it's above 300 on like a weekly or even a 2-week closure. You know, and then all eyes back to $400, which would be kind of fun. People would be pretty happy about that because everyone loves Tesla, and at least the degenerate traders love Tesla. Boomers don't like Tesla, is what I should say. But even on the weekly, that 95% zone on HBDR is currently at $409. You know, it is lining up with that as well.
All righty. Well, perfect. I got Bitcoin right after this, so we'll get into Bitcoin.
Cool.
All right. Wait a second. Enjoy your coffee, sir. Hopefully it's not Coca-Cola.
It's coffee.
Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros, temporalidad diaria. Quiero darme una visita rápidamente y ver la trimestral. Se ve hermosa, ¿no? Pueden ver acá la trimestral. Esto es lo que les quería enseñar, básicamente. En realidad, tuvimos un breakout. Esto es algo que me gusta mucho de poder echarme para atrás y tener verlo en temporalidad tan grande, porque me permite de verdad darme cuenta de qué tipo de tendencia viene a futuro. Y acá podemos ver cómo hemos estado en este triángulo, literalmente, pues básicamente desde acá hasta acá, ¿no? Del 20 al 21 que se formó hasta ahora, y hemos estado tradeando justamente en medio de él. Y pueden ver que tuvimos un breakout y ahorita la pregunta del siglo es esta. Esto va a ser por fin el breakout que Tesla estaba buscando, o nos va a dar un SFP, discúlpenme un segundo, o nos va a dar esto es un breakout falso y esto va a regresar aquí abajo y va a dar continuación a la baja. Esa es la pregunta que te debes de hacer en este momento con Tesla. Si solamente estamos analizando este gráfico tal cual, podemos ver estás haciendo mínimos más altos, obviamente no altos más altos, pero estás empezando a perfilarte para hacerlos, porque esta vela trimestral es mucho más alta que todas estas y este bajo es más alto que este bajo. Entonces, esto nos da la primera estructura, la primera formación de estructura alcista muy largoplacista en Tesla. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual, y en la mensual puedes todavía aún mejor ver esto. Cada una de estas velas son 30 días, es un mesecito de información. Puedes ver que tuvimos el breakout, luego tuviste no, nos vamos a ir para abajo, y luego te dijo, ni madres, padre, nos vamos a quedar aquí arriba consolidando. Ahora, un retesteo de esto no me sorprendería para nada, y yo creo que es algo de lo que estamos justamente viendo en temporalidades más cortas. Vamos a una temporalidad más corta y nos podemos dar cuenta de dónde estamos exactamente parados en esta semanal. Podemos ver que todos nuestros promedios están acá, justamente en la zona de los 2.15, que también tiene confluencia con esa línea de resistencia o soporte, como la quieres ver en las altas temporalidades. Y eso, este tipo de confluencia acá, donde está el 55, etcétera, que viene para acá, me hace pensar de que el precio de Tesla tal vez venga a probar una vez más esta zona y de ahí dar continuación a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque si estás viendo momentum, volatilidad, etcétera, todo apunta a que Tesla va a reventar altos históricos. Entonces, simplemente basado en eso, en ver cómo está formando estructura, en entender que esto es un bajo más alto que este, y si este es el bajo que sigue, es un bajo más alto que esto, da continuación a nuestra estructura alcista y a lo que pensamos y a nuestra tesis sobre el precio de Tesla. Ahora vamos a simplemente quitar estos para hacer el gráfico un poco más limpio y darnos cuenta de que este es un nivel muy importante para Tesla. Lo ha roto una vez y este fue un SFP. Para todos los que ya se aventaron el curso ya saben lo que es, o para todos los que ya saben lo que es, ya saben lo que es. Este fue falso, este sí fue un breakout, bien. Este fue instantáneamente un breakdown. Esto lo podrías considerar un SFP gigantesco junto con este, pero eso es en esta zona de arriba. Y estos de abajo, a Tesla le encanta hacer esas mamadas. el hacerte pensar de que ya se va a ir, ya se va a ir, ya se va a ir y nada. Entonces, acá de cerca podemos darnos cuenta cómo el precio antes le gustaba toquetear los 314 y poco a poco se ha vuelto menos la situación, pero también puedes ver cómo respeta bien esta línea y ahora ya por fin la está rompiendo. Sencillo de ver. Si estamos en la semanal, ponemos esto, ponemos nuestros promedios y podemos ver que están en el 206 y el 21 en 227. Vámonos rápido a la diaria y ver qué es lo que está por acá también, 225 y 202 con el 200. Por lo que tal vez esta visita aquí abajo sea algo que vayamos a ver y también cerrar este gap. Pueden ver que acá tenemos un gap gigantesco. Les quito estas cosas. Podríamos cerrar todo este gap tan enorme que tiene. Eso para mí es lo que tiene sentido y lo que creo que está a punto de pasar es simplemente esto y la continuación del movimiento. ¿Cómo sabes si lo vas a invalidar o no? Sencillo. Si te llevas estos mínimos, tu siguiente objetivo a no romper son estos mínimos y el último es este, en los 180. Yo creo que si simplemente vienes acá, rebotas y continúas, todo perfecto. Con que no rompas estos mínimos de por acá, esto debería de dar todavía más continuación a este tipo, a este movimiento y vamos a verlo rápido en la diaria. Sobre todo, si eres alcista, quieres retomar la 9 que está en los 248 y poder romper los 273 a la alza. Tener un cierre por encima de los 270 que hemos visto que literalmente es imposible, es lo que ha sido hasta acá. Los únicos cierres de eso ocurrieron en septiembre del 2023. Entonces, queremos empezar a cerrar arriba de los 270 para poder sentirnos bastante bien y queremos definitivamente no perder esta zona de los $221 para abajo. Definitivamente lo que nos haría instantáneamente tal vez invalidar lo que estamos pensando es romper a la baja los 212. Una vez más. Así es, 216 por acá más o menos. Esta línea meme, porque estos números van a subir más, yo creo que va a ser la zona importante para el rebote, porque han visto que esto ha sido una zona donde ha habido desviaciones a la baja o a la alza, depende cómo lo quieras ver. Esta va a ser bastante importante para el precio de Tesla, ver cómo vamos a reaccionar. Si de acá ya nos vamos para arriba y podemos romper y tener cierres arriba de esto, o si nos vamos a llevar el mínimo y llevarnos esto entre las patas, y eso nos diría que pues tal vez no estábamos en lo correcto en nuestro pensamiento de tendencia alcista. Okay. We doing AVAX now? Is that what it is?
Yep, AVAX.
Well, that sounds...
Shitcoin, AVAX. It was looking good, I remember, in the beginning of the year, and then Coinbase delisted it, and then it just dumps.
Well, yeah, if you remove places where people can buy something stupid, how are they going to get it?
It's like Robinhood turning off the buy button.
Yeah.
Exactly. Wait, that's the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'm just zooming it out a little bit.
Happens to me every now and then. People ask me, hey, can you check this out? And I go and do it, and I'm like literally looking at a completely different chart.
Yeah, it's happened to me many times. It's looking like we should get somewhat of a mean reversion at the very least bounce from here. Let me remove these meme lines real quick. And the reason why I think so is because we got a pretty significant move to the downside already. First of all, we're down like. We're currently down about 65% from previous highs, which is not even all-time highs. This is just the lower high that we've made
local highs
on this Friday. So we're already down 65% from these highs, and we're kind of getting somewhat of a reaction at this bottom 38.2%. But on top of that, our HPR momentum is starting to flip up, while volatility is flipping down. So that's telling you that whatever move to the upside we get is going to be very likely a corrective move, and we should be looking for a mean reversion bounce within the next. This is a monthly chart, so within the next month or two, we should be getting that bounce. We can see a little bit more of a move to the downside though, because we haven't quite hit this 38.2% number yet, which is at $22.12. Our low so far is $22.60. So there's a possibility of a slight sweep of this current low here to tap that 38.2% and possibly even down to the 50%. but I would want to see it close over the 38.2% if we do go down to the 50%, which is currently $20.94. This setup usually gives us a test of the median whenever a momentum is pointed up and volatility is pointed down. But as of right now, because this setup is going to take a few weeks, months to play out, the median is going to move. As of this moment, though, the median sits at $38.12. So if we somehow get like a surprise green dildo to the upside this month and it goes up towards the median, then it would probably go to $38.12. But that's extremely unlikely because this thing is kind of a piece of shit. And not only did it not even touch its previous all-time highs on this cycle, it didn't even come close. Like the previous all-time highs were 55.5% away from our current cycle highs. So this thing is literally such a disappointment. Usually, whenever an altcoin can't breach its previous all-time high on the second cycle, it's usually a piece of shit. But when it can't even come close to its previous all-time highs, that's even worse. Like I don't know why anybody would want to own this garbage. No offense to whoever suggested it. I'm sure you're a very pleasant person and an amazing person, but this shitcoin is a piece of trash. The weekly is now currently below the median. We have a silver cross to the downside on the weekly, and we're rejecting the 55 EMA on that cross, getting expansion to the downside. Last time we lost the median was right over here, and we got how much of a percent moved down after we lost it? 53% we lost, and we came all the way down to tap the the 78.6 on the HPDR bands. Right now, the 78.6 sits basically filling in this wick right here that we made in August during the Japan nuke, and it's funny to say Japan nuke because it actually was. I didn't realize that until after I said it. The 78.6 is currently at $17.66. And because we're so low on volatility, it's very, very possible that we could go to that number relatively soon. 5 days, same thing with the silver cross to the downside. And we're about to test this bottom 38.2%. But we have a slightly higher probability of bouncing at this bottom 38.2 at $21.59 because HPR momentum is starting to flip up while volatility is flipped down. So whatever move we get to the upside would be a corrective move. 2 days freshly broken down, closed below the 38.2. Now we're somewhere at around the 61.8. We have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 2 day. Momentum is trying to flip back up though. It's still within the bearish control zone. So while volatility is flipped down, so it's telling you that you could probably come back towards this bottom 38.2, but it's probably going to reject. Daily as well, fresh super cross to the downside, lost the blue 38.2. Last time we did that, we came down to the 88.3. 88.3 is at $20.76. It's not looking good. Let's check the RSI. It's not looking good, bros. Very interesting. So this high right here, we closed at $97.41. The RSI is right there. This high right here closed at $54.06. So the price is significantly lower than this one, but the RSI is much higher. That's what you call hidden bearish divergence on the monthly. That's not good. And no, there's only one drive, but that's pretty significant hidden bearish divergence within the bullish control zone. And we're at very, very low volatility at 40%. So that could very, very easily get us down to this middle at the least. And this middle is currently, good Lord, that's a very bad number, $9.24. This thing looks like it's going to zero, to be honest.
I had a short, like I opened my chart and I have a short like that's drawn in there that it didn't work out, but right now it kind of seems like it will.
This is one of the worst downtrends on the monthly I've ever seen. Weekly has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. just like we have on the monthly. We've already hit the bearish control zone. So as long as we're below, what is this high? $29.32. What's more probable is we come back down to the bearish critical zone, which right now is so low it doesn't even tell you. But the bearish control zone number, it does tell you, and that's $10.98, just next to our $9 number. 5-day multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, very low volatility. So bearish control zone, bearish critical zone. Bearish control zone is 1765. Doesn't even tell you where the critical zone is at. Three-day expanding volatility with this move towards the downside. So we should be expecting more down as long as we are below $26.88. Pressure is to the downside. Our bearish critical zone, which this number is going to change. We're not going here very likely, but it's at $1.49. Two-day confirmed bearish divergence, 3 drives. So far, we have 2 taps of the bearish control zone. So this next go around, we're likely going to break into it. We're basically already in it, and then hit the bearish critical zone. That's at $11.36. And daily is expanding from extreme low volatility, invalidated this hidden bullish divergence, and got kicked back into the bearish control zone. So low time frames, high time frames, this thing looks fucked. And it looks like we're probably going to drop severely below $20, probably below $15, to be honest. I don't know why anybody would want to buy this or own this. I think this thing would just be like a short any spike if you want to trade this at all. It looks like
Look at this. Not a joke. That's how I had it. Like, I opened my chart and there's this short setup right here, which is wrong right now because your invalidation is, I don't know what the fuck it was. I think it was like this low, right? This high right here. But,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we deviate, that could trigger again.
Yeah. So there you go. There you have it, boys. Okay.
What price is that bottom line at?
1050, which also coincides with what you were saying.
Yeah, literally.
Just saying, there's a lot of confluence in this bullshit. In AVAX.
Maybe it's the next Luna.
No, they wish they could be that important.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Blah 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 blah. Oh, we're doing Bitcoin afterwards, Farhan.
Yeah,
so
sounds good.
Yeah, I know that you're on it, Alex. I know, but Farhan was like getting his coffee, petting his cat, hang on, petting his pussy, you know. Okay. Estamos viendo AVAX, que es Avalanche, damas y caballeros, una moneda que para toda la gente que está empezando a invertir en cripto no debería jamás de invertir en. No tenemos nada en contra de. Déjame ver quién fue el que lo pidió para poder balconearte bien, mi queridísimo Héctor, ¿no? Lo que queremos, lo que quiero enseñarles rápido, vamos a poner el gráfico trimestral. Estos fueron los máximos históricos en octubre del 2021 en 147. Estos son tus máximos locales en 65.19 y puedes ver que literalmente estás cayendo. No sé por qué había puesto esto acá, pero ahí está y funcionó. Hubo un retesteo, la caída y ahora vienes aquí de lado. Esto es pésimo. Normalmente cuando una moneda, cuando estás invirtiendo en un cripto que no regresa cerca de esta zona, y tu siguiente alto es así debajo, esto ya, o sea, se va a ir a cero. A cero a través del tiempo, va a ir a cero. No importa lo que te digan y lo que pienses. En todo tipo de temporalidad, sea en largo plazo y corto plazo, puedes ver que estás por debajo del promedio de la 9 con volatilidad en extremos en este momento. Esto es bajista. Voy a prender el 5 a ver qué tan también el 5 te fue a rechazar acá. Bajista. No pinta bien, o sea, literalmente esto no pinta nada bien en ninguna temporalidad. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual, voy a quitar mi volatilidad para que lo puedas ver por acá. Y acá también estás abajo el promedio de la 9 y abajo el promedio del 21 y simplemente lo que estás haciendo es retesteando cada subida en la 9. Lo que había puesto yo en mi tabla tenía un short, un setup de un short para acá, que le hubiéramos pegado hasta los 17.25, pero no todo el movimiento a los $10. Lo que nosotros creemos es que por todas las divergencias ocultas bajistas que existen en diferentes temporales, semanales, mensuales, diarias, todo tipo, porque lo puedes ver acá también en la semanal, cómo estás formando altos más bajos, nuevos bajos. Esto probablemente venga a barrer este bajo en los 17.37. Si vienes a barrer este bajo, muy probablemente vayas a visitar la zona de los 10.50, que es también lo que nos dio con los indicadores de Farhand de momentum y volatilidad. Estás creando nuevos bajos, altos más bajos, nuevos bajos. Todavía no creas un nuevo bajo acá en los 17, pero es a donde va. Y estás abajo de todos los promedios con un cruce plateado en la semanal a la baja. Esto quiere decir que cada retesteo de la 9, por acá que ahora está en los 25.58, lo deberías de tomar como una oportunidad para entrar en short. Es lo que nos dice en general nuestro método cuando vemos este tipo de cruces. Estás abajo de todo, no hay piedad en esto. Sí, no hay nada de piedad en esto. Y en la diaria, pues bueno, continúas con el mismo tipo de acciones. Pudiste ver que este fue tu pico, estás creando altos más bajos, nuevos bajos, nuevos bajos, nuevos bajos, y el 21.83 es un imán del precio. ¿Y cuál sería tu primera zona para poder darte cuenta que esto va a crear nuevos mínimos? La ruptura de los 20.53. Tienes un cruce plateado también fresco a la baja, pero fresco hace ¿cuántos días? El 2 de noviembre, hace 2 días, acaba de pegar, lo que probablemente te diga que va a venir un retesteo por acá de los 24, pero eso simplemente va a ser un movimiento correctivo antes del movimiento real, y el movimiento real va a ser a la baja. Y el movimiento real se está dando porque estás teniendo expansión. Let me ask you this, boys. Let me, to see if I'm learning this right. Volatility is expanding as the move as the price is going down. That means that this is going to continue to expand as price continues further down, right? Like it preferences continuation.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Así que ahí lo tienes. Tienes volatilidad nula y después de volatilidad nula tienes expansión en el precio. Y creo que esta es la volatilidad nula. No, pero sí es de las más fuertes que has tenido. Y cuando ves la expansión de la volatilidad de arriba del 15%, que imagino está por acá exactamente, esto quiere decir que la expansión de volatilidad va a continuar empujando esto a la baja. Y ahí lo tienen. Avax tiene cara de que quiere comérsela completita, y no tiene nada de malo si estás comprando Avax para hacerle un short, pero tal vez para tenerlo a largo plazo, no sea tan buena idea. Vamos a darle a los Bitcoin. Y ya saben que si quieren aprender algo, estar con nosotros, con la comunidad, también reforzarte, es absolutamente gratis. Vengan aquí abajo, les dejo el enlace de Elite Trading Academy Discord. Y también si quieren ustedes usar nuestras señales premium, aprender con nuestro curso, poder comentar en estos en vivos para poder platicar. Y también vamos a empezar nuestra clase de bimensual, especialmente solo para ustedes la próxima semana. Ya tenemos todo listo para anunciarlo. Les vamos a mandar un correo. También les vamos a mandar correos para avisarles. Lo tendrán. Así que prepárense, perros. All right, Alex, I'm sorry. Just
no, good. Nice. So I have this on the 5-hour. And all eyes. So far, we've essentially just been chopping around. I do think the 5-hour is interesting to me because we see, if you just focus on the median here, we can see we've just been steadily below it since we lost it. And then this move up really started to occur once we reclaimed the median. And so it's interesting to me to see this last 5-hour open above the median. Some bullish opium there, while the 5-hour EMA 100 is still holding. Now, I'm all eyes on the 4-hour EMA 100. This is something we've been talking about in the Discord. And as long as bulls still hold this, to me, it's bullish consolidation. That's what we're seeing. These EMAs in the 69K has been massive congestion. I think it's even on the lower time frames, very evident, right? That EMA 100, something me and the Discord have been watching all weekend, even until late last week, just been steadily rejecting it over and over. Even on this dump. And so right now, currently, we just want to see where this 4 hour is going to close actually within an hour, because to me it'll determine a lot. I'm still long currently on Bitcoin, and I actually added based on that 5-hour EMA 100 retest. So ideally, we want to see this same setup play out. We want to see Bitcoin actually hold above the 5-hour median, not lose that 5-hour EMA 100, right? If you don't have the HBDR and you don't have the median, just focus on the EMA 100 then, because we start losing that, mixed in with losing the 4-hour EMA 100, which is closing now in about, 14 minutes, I guess. Well, that could actually bleed into maybe the higher time frames. But right now, Bitcoin's at a bounce zone. And so taking this away, we are at a bounce zone, and it is welcoming to see, at least that over the weekend, we had a nice dump. We actually shorted this and gave the short out. After I had a long, I just didn't feel good over the weekend. I was getting bearish vibes. So I sold up here. I flipped short. I sold my short here, and then the Discord and I again shorted right here before this big dump. I was all eyes on that daily EMA, the daily EMA 21. It's been a bounce zone on Bitcoin, and that's currently kind of where we're at now again. So I'm still long, and I just want to see 68K hold, but mainly the 4-hour EMA 100, because that's what triggered my long actually. We lost it. I was waiting for the SFP here. I longed the back test, and then we've just been kind of chopping. If we end up losing this though, then to me, I think we're going to go and test, and this is kind of my worst case scenario for bulls, is that 66,000 to maybe 65,600 mean line. It's a pretty massive area for Bitcoin, and that 66K actually lines up with that weekly 9. The weekly 9's given nice bounces. This is I feel like the 5 is on. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so this 5 is on. I know people like viewing the 5, which is fine. I like the 9 mainly. But we even see on that last dump, we front ran the 9, bounce on the 5. The 5 is actually coming in right around 67,200. And so this is basically what I'm saying is, if the lower time frames start breaking down, which will be based like front runnable on the 4-hour, losing that EMA 100, we definitely can dump easily down to 66K. I do think that the weekly EMA 9 is going to be an opportunity for bulls, and that's going to be the last stand. If we end up losing that weekly 9, then this is going to just start looking like really toppy, especially when we're putting in candles like this on the weekly, where this was a massive, wick high rejection leading to really a nothing burger of a weekly close. Yes, this move was fun and it was very volatile, but viewing it on a closing basis didn't change really anything in this range. And so that's just something I'm being mindful, even though I'm long, if my long, it gets invalidated, I'm not going to FOMO back into it. I'm just going to wait patiently for 65K, 65.8 to 66,400. I think that would be the wise trade. Volatility on the weekly is still expanding though, and that's why I'm more on the front that, and I've been saying this, pullbacks should be at least short-lived with volatility confirmed and expanding, assuming it holds above 15%. Now, this can obviously start going down, and we can just be in a corrective manner again, where we're not getting that volatility expansion, and this just ended up, it pumped nicely. Don't get me wrong, we did pump nicely, but it just didn't give us the follow through. But for now, it's still expanding. We're still above, obviously, the weekly 9, and we're, just finding resistance currently at 69K, that 2021 market cycle high. But again, it's just been a massive level for Bitcoin. What I'm liking, though, is the fact that the EMA 21 on the daily still held. We're getting everyone massively bearish again, and everyone's calling for 65,000 to 66K. That's what I've noticed. I went on crypto Twitter this morning, and I had like 5 people I follow talking about that's just guaranteed they're short. And I think it would be quite funny if we ended up bouncing from here based on that 4-hour EMA 100 holding, and then we just send up. That'd be kind of funny. And to me, this long is still valid as long as we don't break 68,000. For me, 68,000 will be an important zone. And it's mainly based on, or we have massive support before that. And so we really just want to kind of see this EMA 100 hold, the 5-hour median keep holding. As you see now, we're getting expansion from it. If I throw back on the HBDR, which is interesting because remember, this was the zone. Once we reclaimed it, we chopped, we held above it though, and then we expanded up, and Bitcoin moved from when it reclaimed it from 67,000 all the way back up to that 73,000. So this was a pretty important reclaim actually, because over the weekend and everything you see, it's just been chop city. But we've been under the median and rejecting it. And so it coming all the way down, matching that EMA 100 and also closing above, made me add to my long actually right at 68,200, because if my stop's at 68 and my bias is still bullish, I'm okay getting stopped out, but just sticking to the thesis and adding. It makes a lot of sense, especially when I have a hard stop loss like that. My invalidation is very clear to me. And so, we are in a very choppy manner though. And like right now, we're kind of on the edge where we really can dump fast if we end up, and I do think it's going to get triggered once that 4-hour loses the EMA 100, as I keep saying. But as long as it's above it, and as long as we're holding and we're getting a bounce from that 5-hour median, I do think this is just going to be bullish. And I do think everyone's kind of hedging short into the election. And how funny would it be if we just ripped up, right? Mondays are statistically the most bullish day. And we went past 70,000, got everyone very bullish again, and then dumped into the election tomorrow. It'd be a very Bitcoin move. And it also smoke all the shorts that were pre-positioned, just like I was pre-positioned, but I sold my my short, simply just based on that 21. I cut the short here at like 68,100. Yes, we went a little lower, that's trading. But the daily still held the 21. And if you guys see here, even this 21 tap, it doesn't need to reclaim the 9 immediately, but it's just, that's a good sign. That's at least telling me bulls stepped in where they needed to, and we're still in an uptrend. This is looking more like a higher low to me. And we really just want to see that daily 9 mixed in with that 2021 market cycle high get reclaimed. I do believe if any daily closure happens above this 2021 market cycle high, I think we're going to move kind of aggressively. And that's why I do think we could pump into the election. And then once, the results happen, regardless of who wins, I do think we're going to see a sharp projection. But I could obviously be wrong with that because the chart is still telling me we're still bullish and it's still looking quite good. Let me see. I think, was it the 3-day? Yeah, so the 3-day is closing today. Also the 2-day. I know that the 2-day is not closing. My apologies, but it did close yesterday. And one thing to note on the 2-day, and I'll get to the 3-day next, is that we still held the silver cross. We still have a 2-day silver cross, and that's what held this bounce. From here, we went to meme line, still closed above the 2-day EMA 9, and then sprung from there. And so we're still holding the silver cross. Bitcoin is, as you guys see, still above it. Some hopium there for bulls. The 3-day is closing today. We really just want to see if this 3-day could get back above 69,034. That'd look pretty good because it still held the 3-day EMA 5 if you use it, but most importantly, bounced from the 9. That would actually look quite constructive considering, just when we get closures under it, it's chop sitting, and we do usually see more down. If we can actually hold it and actually get follow through from there, that would be a very welcoming sign that we're probably going to go back and test at 73,700. But keep in mind though, there is an election tomorrow. There's a lot of uncertainty with markets. People are pre-positioning. We're getting a lot of chop. Big moves up, big moves down. And so that's just why on this long, even though I am long, I have a stop, and I'm okay getting stopped. And my leverage is also only like a 10x. I think I have half a Bitcoin in this long. So it's not the usual size I have, but that's just based on the cautionary concern of just the election. But CME still looks good. And this 5-day we've been following here, not the weekly, the 5-day, is also still expanding. And this is very low volatility on the 5-day. One of the lowest volatility periods we've seen consistently. And we still are getting the expansion along with the weekly expanding as well. On spot as well. So we have CME and spot weekly CME expansion. And so what does this mean? Why is volatility expanding important? The 5-day, the weekly? Well, it's just telling me that the move is still happening. And so everything we've talked about at 80K Bitcoin is still brewing to me once we get past the elections. And even on this dump, it didn't really do anything to volatility, and we're still getting that expansion. We just kind of want to see follow through very soon, which I do think the real move will occur after the election. And we're just going to get maximum chop before then. But I do think we still can easily go back up to 70, 71, 72,000 again from where we're at, especially with what we know with the 5-hour on spot, as I've shown. But, there's really not much else I can update with Bitcoin. It's really just hinges on 2 levels. I'm watching really low time frames mixed in with like some dailies and 2 days and 3 days. And we're just at a really crucial point. Bears are going to be looking at this as like a bearish retest, just like every single time we've deviated, retested, rejected, and then it's just flipped into resistance. That's what bears are going to be watching, and they're going to be shorting this. Bulls are really going to be watching for a daily SFP. We really want to get back above that 69,000. And so this is the rejection zone on the daily too. It kind of solidifies it with that 9 perfectly corresponding with the 2021 market cycle high. So it just, again, I like when EMAs, like the fast moving average, is lining up with the massive level that, we've been watching. It was the previous cycle high. And so we know if the daily starts reclaiming that 9, then we've just SFP'd that 2021 cycle high. Shorts are kind of trapped here, and longs at the EMA 21, as history has shown us, has held up. U.S. dominance, tether dominance is the issue. Is tether dominance is still looking bullish, and that's kind of what fueled my short this weekend. Is that all the lower time frames were looking quite good, but we are approaching resistance, so that is something to be mindful of. On the daily, it's better shown. In that daily EMA 100, just like we talked about here when it got reclaimed, the rules still apply, and so. If we start reclaiming this is going to really start looking like we're going to massively dump. And that probably will line up with my 66,000 thesis playing out on Bitcoin. But as long as we're still rejecting it, and especially the daily is still closing under the 34, it gives us a chance of actually losing the 9 and testing that SMA 200 again. I talked about this SMA 200 on the daily, and we didn't want to see this SFP like it did. And so that's why the bias was more short going into the weekend. But now that we've kind of played this move out and we're almost to the EMA 100 again, we again have to just be kind of on long watch, considering Bitcoin is still putting in nice structure. We're in an uptrend, and we are reclaiming the important levels on the lower time frames. So we are almost there. I have massive resistance at 5.3%. The daily starts reclaiming this, and I do think tether dominance will pump massively. I have the next level at 5.6%. And then testing the top resistance here at 5.93%. So we're at very crucial points. I think we should be watching everything closely, seeing how the dailies close, because it'll be very key for the future of crypto, especially with the election. People are talking about, well, we usually pump after the election. Usually, as history has shown, Bitcoin puts in a bottom during election periods and like the beginning of November. The issue is we've never had an election where Bitcoin's actually this political. So that could kind of change a little bit of things, considering, we know Trump is like the crypto president, and then Kamala is trying to jump on that wave. And Trump even has his own shitcoin right now, which is kind of crazy to think about. Imagine like Putin having a meme coin.
That is pretty fucking incredible. That is Donald Trump at its finest.
Literally. It's insane to me. But,
Trump steaks, Trump, what do you call it? Trump champagne, Trump wines, Trump shitcoins.
Yeah, Trump everything.
Trump shoes, Trump, everything.
I stayed at his hotel in Vegas, and I got one of the Trump champagnes. Shit's not bad.
I don't know if I would drink Trump champagne. You're a real Donald Trump fan.
Oh, 100% he is. 100%.
Uncle Donnie.
Bitcoin dominance still is looking quite good. We broke out, even on this dump, we still have been moving up nicely, still breaking out. And it just ties into kind of like ETH BTC breaking down from that level. I guess ETH BTC had to sacrifice the breakdown for Bitcoin dominance to move up. But why a bullish Bitcoin dominance is important, it just tells me that people are still moving into Bitcoin. They're kind of ignoring alts. ETH's kind of dead. And they're kind of just going into Bitcoin, which is what you'd want to see in when you're getting these volatility setups in the higher time frames. You want to see this being a Bitcoin-driven rally. You don't want ETH rallying more than Bitcoin, alt flying off, because that's just more toppy signals, especially with where we're at on Bitcoin, hitting that. We were almost to all-time highs, and so it is welcoming that at least the money is flooding into Bitcoin. And that is why Bitcoin CME has a nice premium, and it's still looking good. And the 2-day, just like the spot, has a silver cross, and we are bouncing from the retest of it. So in summary, Bitcoin's looking quite good. I do think that everyone should be watching the 4-hour. I think that the 4-hour, unless we're just maximum chop, which could very well happen, but as long as this 4-hour EMA 100 is holding, then I do think that shorts are getting baited. I think that people are shorting into this while it's bullish consolidation. I do think we can get another move back up to 69,000 to maybe 69,300. There will be really key. I think then we should be watching it more on this EMA 100. If we start reclaiming even on an hourly back above 69,300, I do think then we can get a bigger move back up to 70,000. And then, right, bulls then want a daily closure back above 69K, a beautiful number to confirm the daily SFP. Because that 69K is right at that 2021 cycle high. If we end up losing that 4-hour EMA 100, then it'll most likely bleed into the daily, losing the 21, and then all eyes back to 66,000 to maybe even 65,600 as the next long opportunity. We know that we have massive resistance here with that weekly 9, and so any dumps into this point is going to be massive support and kind of the last stand for bulls. Bulls will not want to lose this weekly 9, or it'll kind of beat you over. And then we have to start looking at a lot lower. And then maybe this is a top. And maybe we are just playing the 2021 playbook where we
double top,
where it's not as, aggressive, but we dumped, rallied aggressively up, broke the high, got everyone saying 100K, just like everyone's saying 80K, even me. And then we roll over, and that was it. So I'm still very mindful of that. And I even counter trade myself. I can show my long now if you guys want to see it.
I posted this on Crown's Discord, like a line chart talking about how the trend is pretty clear. And then because everybody there likes to troll. So some guy hit me with, "Oh, so you're telling us it's a macro lower high." Technically, it's a macro lower high.
Technically speaking, yeah. Nice.
So this is my long on Blowfin. Right, we longed the bottom here. We sold the long. I flipped short. And then unfortunately, I accidentally closed my short here. So I had to re-short on that dump. And then we closed the short at this point, and then just started scaling longs. I've added, a few times here. And we essentially just want to see follow through, especially with what we see on the 5-hour. And so this long I gave, though, and the short, I gave a long, a short, and a long. And both trades 3 trades have printed so far. And this one just maximum chop. I'm up a few hundred and then back down like where I'm at now. But this is still very valid. And I just want to keep my stop around 68K. Because to me, it's logical. If we start breaking that, I do think then that'll front run, just a bigger move down. And I don't want to hold a long if we can retest 66K. I'd much rather long around there and take a small scratch. But, with our partnered exchange Blowfin, I'm still long. And the Discord got all the sauce. And, we're just kind of waiting. I'm curious to see, where this 5-hour actually develops. If the 5-hour can actually keep holding the EMA, the median, the 5-hour median, then that setup I just showed is very valid. And we just flipped it. We're getting expansion from it now. Doesn't mean we need a slingshot to 70K now, but as long as we're just kind of ranging 68.5 to 69K, that's the kind of range I'm viewing. And we just want to get that 69K level reclaimed. That'll just really spark the move up. That's like the big point in my brain is like that 69,000. We could massively reject from it. And I'm aware of that. Or, reclaiming it could just trap shorts. We SFP it and we just pump straight up. So
am I the only one who finds it really funny that somehow Bitcoin turned out to be like it used the 69,000 as like a very important number? No one else finds it like it's a little ridiculous.
It's a very Bitcoin type of thing.
Of course it is.
69,420 always gets a reaction.
It's like, what the fuck? This is why this is a simulation. Do you want to do Bitcoin too, Farhan?
Yeah.
So I'm just in waiting mode. If I get stopped, then fine. I'll just long around 66, but just in wait mode. It's kind of boring.
And you got to remember, this is a $1.4 trillion asset, which is basically a meme.
It's so true.
So I'm gonna start with the quarterly. Quarterly is still looking insanely bullish, where we made this doji on at near the bottom of the blue 38.2, and since we held the blue 38.2, it makes the probabilities that we hit the median next, and the median as of this moment is $113,000. While volatility is starting to flip up and momentum is about to reset. It's still with it got out of the bearish control zone and it went towards the neutral zone. It's about to make a lower high, most likely here at this moving average, and then flip back into the positive territory and make its way towards the bullish control zone. And what makes me think that it's probably going to do that is that the jewel has already flipped back around, and the jewel is entering the bullish control zone as at this moment, where the last time it entered the bullish control zone was in April of 2021. And you guys remember April of 2021? That's when we topped at somewhere around $66,000. So we're getting currently that same setup once again, and that took us. Let's see how much of a percent move we got whenever we entered. About 861%. Not too bad, right?
Wow.
That was when the jewel flipped around and entered the bullish control zone on the quarterly. We're getting that same setup right now, but as I think it came even lower. Yeah, it came even lower than it did last time. So the jewel went lower and we made a higher low. So that would be bullish divergence, hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. Monthly is getting the same thing where we're bouncing at the bottom of the blue 38.2 zone. That gives us probability of hitting the median, which is right now is at 96,444. And on the monthly momentum is starting to flip back up while volatility is flipping down. So that gives you also a target of the median and 96,444.
Great.
Weekly is giving the opposite though, because weekly put in this kind of toppy candle, shooting star candle, and momentum is starting to flip down. It went to the reset area at 0, and now it's flipped downwards, and volatility is completely at 0 as well. So whichever direction that this volatility breaks to, it's very likely going to be a massive move. We're currently resting right at the weekly median. Median is at 68,330. So if we lose this median, we're most likely going to come down to this bottom 38.2 and very aggressively. And that number is below 60K currently. It's 59,600. The jewel is currently still positive. It's entering into the bullish control zone and is crossing the pink and the yellow. Same thing on the 5-day, where we're above the median. Momentum is flipped upwards, and on the 5-day, the volatility is supporting that upward momentum as well. We're currently correcting off of the 5 EMA, which usually price likes to stick to the 5 EMA on its upward moves. Every single time we tap the 5 EMA during an uptrend, it's been used as a spring. So as of right now, we've been correcting to the 5 and finding it as support. If we do lose the 5 EMA, though, it increases the probabilities that this median will not hold, and we're going to come down towards that bottom 38.2 on the weekly, which is at 59,600. And that area probably just is going to give like a temporary bounce, mean reversion, and then eventually you're probably coming down even lower towards 57s. 3-day currently is bouncing right at the median, and we have 7 hours, 51 minutes to go. What would solidify this as a much higher probability of being the local bottom is if we close over this 5 EMA, which currently is at 68,850 basically. Momentum is flipped down on the 3-day though, and volatility is flipping down as well. So that's telling you this move to the downside is most likely a correction. 2 days below the median. We've closed below it. We've retested it and rejected. Momentum is starting to flip up though. So that's telling us that we're probably going to find a local bottom somewhere around this 9 EMA, which we've been using ever since the lows of 59K in October. We've been holding this 9 EMA. As of right now, we're still holding it. If we lose the 9 EMA, though, then the bearish scenario comes into play, and we're probably going to go to first 65s. That's going to be basically our last stand for bulls to step in and reverse the trend or maintain the uptrend. Because if that doesn't hold, then we're probably going below 60K. And then that brings in the idea of that macro lower high.
Oof.
Daily is currently bouncing at the bottom 30 at 2 and the 21 EMA, which we've been holding ever since that 59K low. And momentum is pointed downwards currently. It's about to enter into the bearish control zone, while volatility is flipping up. And the jewel is giving a not so nice signal where the pink has crossed below the yellow and the oscillator has turned dark blue and it's getting kicked out of the bullish control zone. Four hours freshly silver cross to the downside. We're currently deviating the 100 EMA and holding that as support. If we do lose that 100, 68,500, very likely we're coming down towards this 38.2 first, and then eventually down towards this 78.6, which would be losing the 200 SMA. That is at 65,600. That's the last area for bulls to step in, or else this thing is probably fucked. Monthly momentum will remain to the upside on CME as long as price is above 64,670. Let's say 64,650 to play it safe, and it will be maintaining the bullish critical zone where we corrected down to the edge of it and then flip back up at the bullish critical zone. Every time we've entered the bullish critical zone, we've had very massive moves on Bitcoin. First time we did it on CME was in December of 2020, right into January of 2021. That was when price went literally vertical up only. We went from about $15,000 all the way to $65,000 in about 3 months after that. We're getting the same setup right here. The other time we did it, we went from 33,000, 34,000 up to 70, 73, 74,000 in just about, how many months is this? October, March. Okay, I can't do the math. 5 months? Yeah, 5 months. We did how much of a percent move? 110%. Not too bad. And as of this moment, we're even lower on volatility than we were in any one of these moves before. So theoretically, we should get a more aggressive move than we got on here and here. Weekly volatile momentum is up as long as price is over 67,100. It's going to enter also into the bullish critical zone, and we're getting expanding volatility to support it. Last time we entered the critical zone on CME in the weekly was right here. Price went from 51,750 all the way up to 74.4. The other time we entered the critical zone, price went from 36.5 to, before the next correction, this can't, I don't know if you could, if you would consider this really a correction, because this didn't really move down that much. But I guess, yeah, it went to 49.4. And we were also getting, no, we were not getting a volatility expansion. So this time around, we are getting volatility expansion to support it. 5 day is going to be up as long as price is over 64,450, and we're getting volatility expansion from 4 periods of 0. 2 days is going to be down as long as price is below 72,460, 475, let's say, to be safe. And daily is going to be sharply down as long as price is below 73,650. Four-hour is about to flip up in 2 hours and 45 minutes. If price closes over 60, let's say $69,000, just perfect number. If we close over $69,000, that'll say that our low-term time frame local bottom is probably in, and the higher time frames are probably going to take bleed in, and then we're probably going to continue upwards to current all-time highs and new ones probably. Let's go to Tether. Tether is going to flip up on the monthly on the opposite hand, as long as it's above 4.55%. So in the next 26 days and 8 hours, if we don't go below 4.55%, the monthly momentum is going to flip back to the upside. And last time we flipped our momentum back to the upside, we moved about 78.62%. So that's going to be that if that happens, almost certainly the idea is going to be proven right that we've made a macro lower high, and then we're going to roll over. Weekly is going to flip up as long as if we're above 5.6, which we're currently below that right now. So that'll turn weekly back to the downside, and it'll be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone too, which then we should see a massive dump on Tether. 5-day is going to be down as long as it's below 5.46. 2-day is going to be up above 5.22. We're getting contracting volatility as of the moment. If we close over 5.52, then volatility probably starts expanding and supports the move to the upside. But as of this moment, it's looking more corrective. Daily is going to be up above 5.04, which is actually a very bullish sign to see it so far below price. And we're getting volatility expansion. If we close over 5.52, same number again, we're very likely going to get a pretty significant move to the upside, probably somewhere around 6.5%. And that would tell us we're probably going below 60K on Bitcoin. And very likely we have made our macro lower high. But as of this moment, our lower time frames are corrective, looking like we're probably going to go somewhere around, like if this isn't the bottom, then we're probably going to go to 65.6. And if this is the bottom, then we should see 70s relatively soon and probably new all-time highs within the end of the month, I would say. But we are kind of at the shit edge where it could go either way. We could make a macro lower high and then roll over and go below 60K, or we could just hold here and go straight to 70s and 80s afterwards.
Perfect. So what you're saying is it's a
up or down
point.
Up or down.
Well, fuck us, right? Fuck us. I know.
I love those comments. Like, so what you're saying is up or down.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a 50-50 chance of it. So that's all the TA for you guys. I sent you guys over message, PayPal, and what was the other one? BYD. Thank you, guys. Let's do el Bitcoin. Okay. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en temporalidades altas, donde temporalidades altas y me voy a 3 días. Felicidades, Alejandro. Felicidades por todo lo que has logrado con tu vida. Empezando por nada y acabando con nada. Ok, voy a quitar esto. Y podemos ver que Bitcoin está creando en temporalidades altas estructura alcista de a madre. Podemos ver los ciclos anteriores donde tuvimos básicamente nuestro tope que fueron los $69,000 y ahora estamos creando no solamente nuevos máximos, pero aparte estamos cerrando por encima de los últimos máximos, lo que debería ser alcista. Pero por ahora todo el mundo se pregunta, ¿estamos a punto de ver un doble techo? ¿No? Que es bastante, uno por acá, el otro por acá. En temporalidades más cortas lo podemos ver. ¿Y qué pasa cuando tienes un doble techo? Cuando hay un doble techo, normalmente viene una reversión. Y si es que se llega a dar eso querría decir que el precio debería caer fuerte. La pregunta en la boca de todo el mundo es, ¿a dónde va a ir Bitcoin? ¿Arriba o para abajo? Y estamos justamente en un punto pivote bastante importante para el precio de Bitcoin y dónde está y cuánto tiempo tiene para hacer su siguiente movimiento. Una cosa, viendo en la temporalidad mensual, pueden ver cómo hemos estado peleando contra esta resistencia, pero en mi opinión esto es algo que para mí es importante, bastante importante, porque aparte coincide con todos nuestros promedios. ¿Por qué esto es importante? Porque una vez que tienes el breakout, este es el momento. Esto o va a ser un SFP, esto quiere decir un fake out, y después se va a ir para abajo, o esto es el principio del rebote a los $80,000 y después de ahí para arriba a todos lados. Por ahora, viendo esto en temporalidad alta nos dice que muy probablemente vaya a haber continuación al movimiento, sobre todo cuando estás viendo que la volatilidad está reseteándose una vez más para volver a empujar. Una vez que vamos el movimiento acá, lo va a dar definitivamente junto con la expansión de volatilidad, sea para arriba o para abajo. Ahora, temporalidad semanal, tuvimos todo este periodo de no volatilidad y por fin estamos rompiendo hacia arriba, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente, no muy probablemente, que va a acompañar la volatilidad al precio en la tabla semanal. Eso quiere decir que si el precio se da la vuelta y se va para abajo, muy probablemente estemos fritos. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar es, si nos gusta la teoría de velas, esta es una vela topera de a madre, esta justamente acá. Y empieza la parte de abajo de esta vela, está en 67,590 y la parte de hasta arriba está en el doble tope, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá, este es el doble techo tan famoso que se podría estar dando en este momento. Pero, ¿cuál sería la confirmación de que esta sí es una vela topera y que va para abajo? Tendríamos que cerrar abajo de esta línea 2 veces. O sea, 2 semanas cerrando abajo de toda esta vela verde, eso nos diría que hay una preferencia para ir para arriba. Lo que normalmente hace el precio, seamos realistas, se va a quedar rangueando justamente en esta maldita zona para no decirnos nada, muy probablemente. Pero si quisiéramos invalidar también esta vela de tope y dar continuación a la alza, simplemente tienes que tener 2 cierres en esta zona, arriba de esta línea roja, que está en los 73,712. Si tienes cierres encima de esos 2 cierres, invalidas el tope y esto dará continuación hacia la alza. Recuerden, siempre estamos buscando diferentes formas de poder encontrar confluencia para nuestro análisis. Es como se hace, no nada más ves una línea y dices, ya rompió la línea, nos vamos. Tienes que buscar la mayor cantidad de pistas que te pueda dar el precio en algo. Esta, por ejemplo, este hammerhead sería una vela bastante alcista, pero ahora tenemos una vela de indecisión maldita que también tiene cara de vela topera si sigue bajando. Nos vamos a acercar en la diaria rápidamente y velozmente al precio de Bitcoin. Y yo creo que el pastel y toda la receta secreta está justamente en el precio de esto. ¿Por qué? Porque acá estamos abajo del promedio de las 9, que está justamente en los 69,000, que es el alto histórico del ciclo pasado. Esta línea verde es lo que habían visto en el 2021, a donde llegó el precio de Bitcoin. Y lo que estamos esperando, si somos alcistas, es sencillamente poder rebotar acá, aguantar esta zona e ir a empujar a buscar esos nuevos deliciosos máximos. Pero bajista, si pierdes el 21 y de ahí esta línea y de ahí el 65. Abajo del 65 tienes el promedio de la 100 en los 64.55. Si llegas a perder eso en la semanal, prepárate a comértela enterita. Pero si nos podemos acercar un poco más, podemos ver que tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 4 horas. Y acá estamos perdiendo el promedio de la 100, que es algo que definitivamente no queremos hacer en cierre. Si esta vela va a cerrar en 3 horas 37 minutos, Alex, the god fucking 100 EMA is getting lost on the 4-hour one. Y siendo rechazado por esto se vería mal y esto probablemente nos vaya a llevar abajo de los $67,000. Así que tenemos que poner un ojo y atención por acá. Del otro lado, empujó aún más. Del otro lado también acá tenemos el promedio del 21 y el 9 dándose la vuelta y flipando aquí en la parte de arriba. Esto nos podría estar dando un escenario o el doble techo de Bitcoin o continuación a la alza. Ahora sí que estamos justamente en medio de todo. Estamos en long en este momento en Bitcoin, pero tenemos nuestra invalidación que está acá, que es la que platicó Alex con ustedes. Lo han platicado en Discord también, etcétera. Pinta bien, pero pinta mal. Este es uno de esos días donde todo está en medio y personalmente les digo esto una vez más. Si gana Trump, esto no va a ser bueno para Bitcoin porque Bitcoin es literalmente hermano de la liquidez. Entonces, al principio mínimo, tal vez tengamos un pompazo, pero no va a acabar bien la cosa, no para eternidad, pero por tantito en lo que hacen lo que tienen que hacer y no gastar, según esto, ¿no? Pero es por eso que estamos justamente acá. Una vez más, ¿quieres estar al pendiente y encima de esto? Sencillo. ¿Quieres no perder este promedio de la 100 en los 68,485? Vamos a ver cómo cierra esta vela, pero empieza a bajar aún más y más. Si barremos estos 68,182, voy a estar ahora con el ojo pelado en los 67 y pues no sería bueno. No sería bueno para todos los que estamos alcistas, pero también hay posibilidad de short por acá, perros. Pueden ver el 21, el 55 por acá. El 9 está aquí arriba en los 68,643, lo que también te abre una oportunidad de short bastante sencilla con una invalidación bastante sencilla también. Así que puedes jugar las dos, ahí lo tienen. como de que no, damas y caballeros, ese fue Bitcoin. Alex, let's go on to PayPal.
Nice. Yeah, with Bitcoin, it's hopefully it'll bounce soon. I mean, we'll see. Today will be a pretty important day.
Yeah, kind of fucking seems like it. God damn it.
So we'll see. But on PayPal, it's actually looking pretty good. I've been tweeting about PayPal for a while now. I think it's gearing up for maybe a massive move, assuming this weekly holds this EMA 100. Throughout the history of PayPal, we've only ever tested it once since losing it here, and we actually lost it. And then at this SFP, once we reclaimed it, sparked the massive move up. And then we lost it, and what year was that when we lost it? In 2021. We just stayed below it. It's just funny because all these big moves up really didn't mean anything as long as we're below that on the weekly. So then on this weekly, we see we flipped it. And so for me, when I gave the Academy long, which did trigger, I'm just simply watching this area to hold. I just want the weekly to keep holding for possibly a move back to $93. Reclaiming that then takes us to that 120. Which is lining up with that weekly SMA 200. So this is a very crucial point for PayPal to actually hold. We see, once we reclaimed its support on this bounce, we backtested and moved up, rejected that 82.65, pretty strong resistance there, through and through on PayPal, and it doesn't like to hold it, even when it reclaims it. We see it, was unable to hold it here, even here, and then here. And so we're at a pretty crucial zone for PayPal, but I do think we can pump, especially when we were at zero volatility on the daily for multiple sessions, and it's expanding. It's slightly concerning, that we are turning this daily, flipping this 34 EMA 34 on the daily into resistance. So that's kind of why I'm saying bulls want to bounce here and start reclaiming this 9 for actually a move up. Because what we don't want is this move to start getting really exacerbated by the volatility expanding, because it started to expand when we were right about, let me see. Yeah, so basically started expanding here. And then we moved down, and as it stands, if this really starts to fire off, unfortunately, it will be to the downside. And that's kind of just with the posturing of the chart. This daily 34 is pretty important for PayPal. The fact that it lost it and is now rejecting it is a slight concern. And then, pretty big dump back to $72.25. But as it stands, the weekly is still holding and it's still looking good. So I'm more focused on a higher time frame. I do think this weekly can end up turning red, going back to it at around $76.19, and then bouncing. And the long would still be okay, because for this long, it's a very tight stop loss. And it's catered to maybe, if we end up getting a bigger dump than what I see on the weekly, I do think that monthly 21 then will get tested. We haven't tested it. This would be a flip, and we would expect some kind of bounce. Our stop still wouldn't get ran because our stop is right around $75 flat. So I'm more catered to a pullback on PayPal, even though our long is triggered, and I'll just be looking to potentially add around the zone. Because we do have a stop loss. So my invalidation's very clear to me, which makes it easier for me to add. So pretty big weekly close. I mean, it's a pretty big level. And if this weekly starts actually flipping that $82.82, I do think that PayPal is going to start gearing up for a big move. We'll be basically losing that 50% zone. Ideally, the ranges will move up, and then it'll correspond more with us going over time back to that 120. I do think over time PayPal can go to 120 as long as it's above that weekly EMA 100, which from here would be a pretty impressive zone bounce. I mean, 60%, which is something that's not small for stocks. And this could mean that maybe risk on, or maybe this is something to do with maybe Elon, getting into the presidential election. I know he's not associated with PayPal, but I think he created it. I have no idea why PayPal could be reclaiming this weekly level, which is pretty big, but it is, and it's still bullish posturing. And I do think we should be mindful of this level because as history has shown us, once we SFP this on the weekly, it basically sparks a bull market. Now, I don't think we can pump up multiple hundreds of percents. But I do think, actually, I'm curious. Let me just see. So from the major, top, we basically went up 211%. I don't think we'll pump that much, but I do think a 50 to 60% pump from this point would make sense. And then, actually flipping this either in the resistance or support, would basically smoke all the shorts that stacked into here. I'm still bullish. It's looking a little grim, but I still am bullish. And the higher time frames are looking okay. Last week's dump gave us some pretty nasty weekly candles. And the 2 weeks slightly is concerning with the top. And that's why I'm more on the camp that we can easily have a pullback. I just really want to see that monthly EMA 21 hold for more of like a max kind of worst case scenario pullback. Just simply because I'm long. If we end up losing, especially like on a weekly, this EMA 100, then we're back to watching that 69K level, which is a nice number for PayPal. So it's very simple on PayPal. You really want the EMA 100 to hold in the weekly. This would be a massive flip and like a big shift in structure with the chart, because for years we've been under it since losing it, and that was
But that's what I was going to say. There hasn't been any retests of it. You would say you would probably favor more a rejection, and just for that to be an SFP.
No, because I'm looking at this last weekly here as the retest. And so when we got this nice hammerhead to then the follow through, this tells me that this is support. And so we start losing this, and that is the SFP, because this is now, we're losing massive support. But until then, I'm watching this to look choppy and kind of trappy to shorts. It wouldn't surprise me if we actually open this week maybe on a little dump. That's kind of the thesis. To then we just start reclaiming. Like we just spring and then make a wick essentially, because you can see we actually didn't test it yet, technically. So and this isn't the best. You never really want to see a wick rejection right at the beginning of a weekly candle. You can easily form this body to the red, maybe hit $76.30, and then from there start bouncing and maybe closes the doji back above the 9. It's kind of what I'm watching. That's why the long is triggered right at $76.40. We perfectly bounced there. If we end up dumping into this, it is still support in my book, so I'll be adding until I get stopped, which the stop is right at that $75. Because I do think if we start wicking below that, we essentially, it was more on the higher time frames. If we start losing $75, we're losing pretty important levels. And I'm not being blind to the fact that the daily, the 3-day, and the 2-day aren't looking the best, especially when you view the daily. But I do think we can easily trap shorts, maybe open up a little red, or come down a little bit more, maybe take even this wick low, go up to $76.20, $76 flat, and then actually bounce, test the weekly EMA 100, and then ideally reclaim that daily 9 for a test up to $82.65 again. So we are at a big level though, and like as at least my system allows, this should be support now. And with a big level, it's going to take a lot of chop to actually get some follow through when it's been pressed down for years now. But as it stands, we have massive support until the stop loss with the weekly, the 3-day, the daily, and even the monthly. So I'm just watching this as the long trigger. If we start losing this, and it's an SFP, we would then have to look at the rally into it as resistance, and then all eyes back to $69.69. So I mean, PayPal is looking good though, and it's been since essentially the monthly reclaimed the 9. We've been just in this posturing where any move back up to that has just been an opportunity. And it's ideally next month, we'll see this move more close to that $74, $75 zone, just supporting price. But even on the monthly, you can see that 21 really hasn't been reclaimed in a while. We lost it here, and then we quickly sprung and obviously reclaimed the monthly 9, but got back above the 21. That 21 on the monthly, PayPal likes to bounce from. And it heavily kept rejecting the 9. And so, I was surprised to see that actually reclaimed it the first half, because usually in that scenario, you reject, and it just, to me at least, shows the strength of PayPal. So, we kind of just want to see it consolidate, hold above the monthly 21, which essentially means the weekly EMA 100 is holding for an actual move back to, $93 to my full TP at 120, which I just like how that lines up perfectly with the SMA 200. If you reclaim the EMA 100, you generally get a nice move back to the SMA 200. At least that's what I've seen. So PayPal's looking constructive. We just wanted to hold this level, preferably a bounce right around that $76.20 zone. And then that actually gets followed through to maybe leading us to a nice weekly closure at the end of this week. So when a weekly, though, is opening like this with a wick up, we really don't have a low candle body at the bottom. It really wouldn't surprise me to come all the way down, take this stop, wick a little down, and then actually get a bounce from here. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people viewing this because boomers like EMAs. And I'm sure there's still bids. I'm sure people just have their bids stacked around here. They're not really front running this, but we shall see. So to me, it's still looking good though, and the trend is, we're flipping the trend. So we broke the lower high here. Now it's basing almost in like a higher low. And even if you draw like a meme line from that wick high rejection, which would be right here, we're basically basing from it now too. We're flipping it. And so this is a pretty big zone. We want to get a bounce, and that's really constructive to flip a wick high rejection, which was a big one, into support in confluence with the 9, the EMA 100 on a weekly. After, the weekly hasn't reclaimed that in many years. So, we'll see. And the daily is expanding volatility, so that is slightly concerning. The idea behind the long was that we get the volatility expansion on the daily for the upside, but that's okay. As long as it doesn't, stop me out and the weekly holds that level, I have a bias of like 110 to 120 on PayPal over time, probably into like next quarter.
Nice. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Open Door, por favor. Ok, estamos viendo PayPal en la semanal en este momento. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas. PayPal, de esas empresas que dirías, güey, no doy un centavo por ellas, pero está sorprendiendo a todo el mundo en este momento. Y dirías, ¿por qué no darías un centavo por ella? Porque se supone que se viene la revolución de cripto en las monedas, ¿no? Es lo que pensamos todos. Pero ¿qué es lo primero que podemos notar? Lo primero que podemos notar es que en la trimestral estamos por fin peleándonos con el promedio de las 9 y lo que no queremos es que nos rechace. Básicamente empezó con el rechazo, estamos justamente por acá, tiene todavía esta vela 1 mes y 28 días, pero idealmente nos gustaría cerrar arriba de los 79.91 para tener continuación alcista e ir a buscar el promedio de las 21 que se encuentra justamente acá, donde están los 93.83. Eso es en la trimestral. En la mensual tenemos un poco de lo mismo, algo topero por acá, pero esta no es una vela de tope, por más que se parezca. Y tenemos más confluencia acá con nuestros promedios del 55 y el 100, estando en la zona de 93. ¿Qué es lo que está formando PayPal? Ojo, estás creando un fondo. ¿Y por qué lo decimos? Porque sí, mientras has estado perdiendo estos altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y altos más bajos, eso cambió con estos. Aquí creaste un alto más alto que el pasado, que es este, en los, ¿qué es? 70, 66, y creaste un bajo más alto. El bajo estaba en 50 y ahora tu bajo de acá, básicamente el siguiente fue 50.77 y el siguiente fue 56.97, lo que está haciendo mucha gente pensar que esto podría ser una reversión a la alza. PayPal está cotizando en este momento en 77.51. ¿Cuál ha sido el máximo histórico de PayPal? Vamos a ver rápido. Un doble tope y lo hizo en 309. Lo que nos enseña todavía que PayPal sigue castigado si es que llega a visitar esos altos una vez más. Sobre todo, vamos a en realidad medir esto. Se me hace interesante. A ver cuánto es de acá. ¿A dónde está el precio ahorita? Un 75% para abajo. Nada mal. Nada mal. Ok. En la mensual podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio de las 9 y la 21, que es bastante bueno. Esto nos dice que hay probabilidad de continuación e ir a buscar esta zona. Pero cuando nos acercamos un poco más, la semanal es el último time frame que nos enseña y nos da ese lado tan positivo. Aunque acá tenemos que tener mucha atención, porque acercándonos más, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, cada que el precio toca la 9, se supone que de acuerdo a un cruce plateado te da una gran oportunidad cada que el precio toca la 9 de que vaya a crear un movimiento a la alza o a la baja si es que es un cruce plateado a la baja. La otra cosa que es importante es notar que estamos por encima del promedio de la 100. No habíamos estado por encima, y voy a quitar todos menos el del 100 para que lo puedan ver. PayPal no había estado arriba del promedio de la 100 desde que lo perdió acá, en noviembre del 2021. Y no nada más eso, no lo ha venido a retestear una sola vez. Esta fue la cosa que le pregunté a Alex. ¿No se te hace que esto podría ser ahora sí que un S&P a la alza, ¿no? Que sea mentira esto y que vaya el precio a darse la vuelta y decir, no, pues estuvo chido el viaje acá, pero nos vamos a continuar para abajo. ¿Podría ser eso el caso? Alex me dijo que en su opinión él vio que el precio subió, retesteó flipeándolo a soporte, subió, más o menos hizo un front run flipeándolo a soporte y va continuando. Tiene razón. Hasta que este promedio de la 100 no se pierda en la semanal que está en 76.24, yo creo que PayPal continúa creando esta estructura alcista de nuevo desde el fondo. Lo que sí es importante notar es esta vela. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista. ¿Por qué es envolvente? Porque es más grande que toda la vela pasada, la pueden ver de acá. La envuelve toda con su bajismo. Y estaba envolviendo literalmente todas hasta esta. Es 1, 2, 3 semanas de velas envueltas en esta vela bajista. ¿Cuál es tu confirmación? Literalmente abajo del promedio de la 100, que está loquísimo eso, y eso sería que vas a continuar para abajo y probablemente vayas a retestear esta zona de los 68, 69 dólares. Pero si puedes aguantar por acá y empezar a tener cierres arriba de 82, y tienes que ver por qué 82. 82 nos ha rechazado varias veces y nos ha mandado muy, muy, muy para abajo. Y antes lo usamos como soporte, lo volvimos resistencia y ahora está justamente resistencia en contra nuestra. Estamos rangueando justamente en la zona entre 76 y 82. Si eres alcista en PayPal, quieres definitivamente cerrar por encima y para invalidar esta vela tienes que tener cierres arriba de 83.70, pero eso es en la semanal. En la diaria les había dicho, en la diaria, en la diaria estamos abajo del 5, nos rechazó el 34, el 55 está todavía abajo, el 9 está bastante por arriba en los 79.28 y también el 21. Para mí es muy importante que no rompamos esta zona de los 76.39. Si rompemos esto, empezaría a buscar tal vez objetivos de hasta acá, donde está el promedio de la 100 en 72.26. Esto nos dejaría la estructura intacta. ¿Por qué? Porque no romperías estos bajos. Si puedes aguantar acá y estos son tus bajos y de aquí continúas para arriba, tiene todo el perfecto sentido del mundo. Lo único que hiciste fue literalmente esto. Pero si llegas a romper estos bajos, vas a ir a buscar estos probablemente en los entre los 68 y 67 dólares. Entonces, por ahora PayPal se ve bien, tiene cara alcista y la invalidación es bastante fácil de entenderla. Yo usaría la semanal y literalmente esta es mi invalidación. Perdiendo el 9 y el 100 sería mi invalidación alcista y mi invalidación bajista, si es que soy bajista, es cierres arriba de 82 dólares. Y ahí lo tienen. Y eso nos podría llevar al movimiento que estamos todos esperando con PayPal, de ir a retestear el promedio de los 200, que no lo hemos hecho en cuántos siglos, desde enero del 2022. Y solamente hemos estado por debajo de él desde entonces. Así que atención, este podría ser una nueva zona de oportunidad y también coincide con esta zona. Pueden ver acá y también acá y acá. Así que PayPal tiene cara de que puede venir a buscar esta zona. Nada más es cosa de ver si vamos a aguantar acá o si no. Así que atención ahí a todos ustedes que están fijándose en PayPal, que están interesados. Tiene cara de que puede que aguante, puede que aguante. All righty, Farhan, which one are you doing now? BYD.
BYD.
I had already done your beautiful ticker. Beautiful.
Where's my cursor? Oh, here it is. Chinese electric cars.
China.
I love the way he says China.
It's my favorite too. Everything the dude does, it's like comedy's on point. Hopefully, we'll get it back, and then he'll be the comedian in charge for 4 years.
China, something like that.
Imagine how mad Hollywood's gonna be.
I can't wait. Can't wait.
They're gonna steal my rights.
No more rights. He's gonna be a straight up dictator like Hitler.
You know that's how he rolls.
Don't worry about the fact that he was president a couple of years ago and he didn't do dictatorship then.
It's different though. It's different. Trust me. I saw it on the news. It's different.
Yeah, last time around he decided to have an election, but this time he's not going to do elections anymore.
Exactly.
So hilarious. But on the quarterly, we've closed over the median and we've been making our way towards this top 38.2%, where it likes to top out a lot. But as of right now, we're putting in a little bit of a shooting star candle and we're finding resistance right around these previous closing highs. We still have a month and 28 days to go, so it's not necessarily a nail in the coffin just yet. But if we do close like this, we're more likely to come back down and retest this median before trying to this top 38.2%. And if we find any weakness around the median, this is probably going straight down to this 21 EMA and this 38.2 at $26.66. But as of this moment, since it has not closed yet, probabilities are still for testing this 38.2 at $50.15. Momentum is starting to flip back around, and it's projecting getting out of the negative area, and volatility is flipped down currently. The jewel, however, is starting to curve back around. In this, first it got kicked out of the bullish control zone. Now it's flipping around into the neutral zone, and if it closes like this in the next 1 month, basically 2 months, the jewel is going to give this light blue cyan bicolor, and it's going to re-enter the bullish control zone. And at that point, it probably enters the bullish critical zone as well. And this thing probably goes towards maybe the 61.8%, which is around $80.58. And then the momentum will start flipping back up to around this red moving average. Monthly is looking like potential breakout at the moment, with 25 days and 3 hours to go. If we close over this blue 38.2 zone, we're probably getting a significant move to the upside, and volatility is going to start shifting up to the upside as well. Right now, it's a little sideways. Last time we closed over the blue 38.2 zone, we ended up going to the 100% area, which usually doesn't like to do that. But I guess in the Chinese, no, it didn't do it this other time either. It went up to the 78.6. I was thinking, does China pump the shit out of their stocks and make them go to the 100%? This one went to 100% too, and this one, and this one. So we have way more than going to the 100% than not. 100% is $126. Holy shit. From this area in volatility, probably not going $126 in one go. Probably going to take several months, probably years to play out, if it even does go there. Weekly momentum is starting to flip back up and maintain the bullish control zone. Volatility is starting to flip up as well. And we're solidly above the top 38.2. Volatility was declining when we were getting that correction right here, and now it's starting to flip back up. So theoretically from there, we should tap the 95%, which is right now at just under $50 at $49.89. Today is now over the median, and it's about to close over all of our major moving averages. If we can go a little bit higher to 37.32, it would close over the top 38.2% as well. And then we should see a pretty aggressive move towards the 95%, which right now is at 47.21, right next to our $49 number we just saw. And momentum is starting to flip back up on the 2-day, and volatility supporting it. Same thing on the daily as well. We're brushing up against the top 38.2% zone and above all of our major moving averages. And if you can close over that, which is on the daily $38.13, we should see a very aggressive move in volatility expansion from extreme lows towards 95%, which right now is at $45.81. Same thing on the very low time frames, like the 4-hour. We're about to reclaim our blue 38.2% area, and momentum is starting to flip up. Volatility is flipped down, so that gives us a setup of hitting the median. Right now, the median is at 38.37. There is hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Well, nice. It's finding some resistance at the edge of the bullish control zone. The divergence is still active as long as we're closing above $35.56. If we close below that, then it's invalidated, and then we're going to have marked this as a local top and a rejection of the bullish control zone. That would give us a target of the middle zone. But until we get that, don't get that closed, the divergence is still active, and that would give us a target of the bullish control zone and then the critical zone. The bullish control zone right now is at $48 flat, on a $48.01, and the critical zone is at $115.62. Very close to that 120s number. And we're working with extreme lows on volatility. So the quarterly extreme lows on volatility is easily enough to get towards that number. The last time we expanded on volatility from these lows, we went up. Yeah, almost 1,000%, 943%. So us getting a 4x to 120s is not too out of the question. Whenever last time we did almost 1,000%, 10x.
In a weird way, it kind of seems like China is leading, right? Because this is too close to its all-time highs, and it's a car company.
Yeah, that's crazy. This thing looks pretty bullish.
Yeah.
Monthly is getting volatility expansion. On the BBWP, you have monthly bullish divergence. We've already hit our bullish control zone, so the next target is the bullish critical zone, and that number is currently at $58.30. And we're coming from such lows on volatility that we could easily hit that number. Weekly is getting a little bit of a volatility contraction with this correction right here. So if we end up closing like this, volatility should start flipping up again. Same with the 5-day. 2 days about to confirm some hidden bullish divergence after making this higher low right here. And volatility is basically fully reset. It's at 24%. So after this closes, and 1 day and 5 hours, and this divergence confirms, this volatility is probably going to be below 15%, probably in the single digits, maybe even. And then from there, we should get volatility expansion. And our first targets are going to be the bullish control zone. Since we're so close to it and such low volatility, we probably go to the critical zone. And that's going to be at $55.39. Daily is also about to put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. That should give us critical zone easily. And right now, critical zone is $45.58.
So new all-time high.
Yeah. So all the way from the low time frames, they're looking like the correction is probably going to be ending very soon, and we should resume a trend. And the higher time frames are looking even more bullish, with several drives of bullish divergence and hidden bullish divergence, all giving me a target of somewhere in the 50s. And then the quarterly is giving me a target of like somewhere around low 100s, like maybe 110 to 120s.
Damn.
I don't know why this looks so bullish.
Damn, China doing the right thing.
But if Trump wins, he's going to put tariffs on China.
But here's the weird thing. Tell me how's that going to affect China? Like, you don't buy BYDs.
Oh, yes, that's true.
This is what, to me, is like beyond that. Everyone is like, he's going to do tariffs on the cars. We have no Chinese cars.
Good point.
What the fuck is everyone talking about? And we don't have them on purpose because we don't want you, motherfucker, to get a $10,000 car. You're going to be stuck with a $30,000 car that's a piece of shit that you can't afford. You can't have things that you can't afford.
The banks need to get that loan money.
Exactly. Yeah. But so that's a big fantasy about the tariffs and all this shit. It's just like, especially cars, to me, that's where I see like the retardedness of everything, especially more shine through. Let's do it. We have BYD, 1 second. What was the next one? AVAX, PayPal, blah, 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 BYD, Open Door, Kweb.
Kweb. Interesting. I really enjoy these Nespresso machines.
Yeah, they're pretty on point. Ok, estamos viendo a BYD, el creador de coches chino, ¿no? Y esto es algo bastante importante, en mi opinión, de analizar con ojos frescos. Esto es BYD cuando salió en el 2003, ¿ok? Esto fue el boom del 2020 cuando todo el mundo decidió comprar coches eléctricos, etcétera. Y pueden ver que alto histórico de BYD está en 43.58. No estamos tan lejos. Compara eso, por ejemplo, con Tesla, o con Rivian, o con Lucid, con todos. Ninguno está ni siquiera cerca de sus máximos históricos. China parece tener y ser los que están adelante del movimiento en todo esto. Y ahora mucha gente dice, pero ¿cómo va a ser alcista esto? Si Trump gana, les va a poner impuestos a los coches chinos. No venden coches chinos en Estados Unidos. Esta es una de las cosas que de verdad, personalmente, me duele el alma que la gente lo crea. Y es de que digan, güey, esto de Trump va a ser malo porque va a poner tarifas en coches chinos de 100, 200%. No hay coches chinos en Estados Unidos. No los venden. Entonces, olvídate de las tarifas, no los venden. Hay coches de $10,000 que existen en China que crea BYD para todo el mundo y en México estoy seguro los han visto. En Estados Unidos no queremos eso. En Estados Unidos queremos que compres un coche que cueste el triple de eso, que sea una absoluta mierda y que te endeudes para que no lo puedas pagar nunca. Ese es nuestro propósito, eso es lo que hacemos. No estamos aquí para intentar hacer comercio mejor, queremos que tengas más inflación, queremos que no puedas, que no te alcance para nada. Todo, es una locura que la gente lo crea. Y cuando hablamos de esto, de los coches eléctricos, a mí lo que me vuela la cabeza es que la gente, o sea, no tienes que ser un genio para entender que nunca has visto un coche chino en la calle. Y aún así la gente está hablando y diciendo que esto es una mala política. Es una estupidez. Ni siquiera tenemos coches chinos acá y deberíamos de demandarlo porque nos alcanzaría, sé que me incluyo en muchas cosas, pero le alcanzaría a todo el mundo mejor. Vale, pues, están viendo BYD y está trepando arriba. Mucha gente no entiende por qué. Personalmente pienso que China va adelante de Estados Unidos en la recuperación. ¿Dónde lo empecé a ver? Lo empecé a ver en cuántos Teslas están asegurando a la semana. Porque los Teslas empezaron de la nada, de números muy bajos, a empezar a asegurar 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 coches, y puedes ver cómo está levantando bastante fuerte la economía en China. No nos lo dicen en Estados Unidos, obviamente, porque somos tan imbéciles que no entendemos que ni siquiera vendemos coches chinos y nos están amenazando que les van a poner tarifas extra. Así que es así de estúpidos somos, ¿ok? Entonces, esto lleva el liderato hacia adelante. Y esto es lo que Tesla va a hacer después, esto es lo que Rivian va a hacer después, esto es lo que Lucid va a hacer después. Ténganlo en mente, no es un accidente, ¿ok? Ok, en las temporalidades altas y en todas las temporalidades en realidad son súper alcistas, en corta temporalidad, que es la diaria, estamos en una corrección y la corrección parece que está a punto de acabarse. Y ahora les voy a enseñar cómo. Pudimos ver que hemos estado creando nueva estructura alcista con nuevos bajos más altos que literalmente llegaron a ser el 21.75 y de ahí continuamos creando esta estructura a la alza. Lo único que no hemos podido hacer es romper los altos de abril del 2022 en 43. En 43.40, que son los altos históricos, pero este huicazo que acaba de dar esta vela trimestral nos llevó a $1 de ese precio, ¿ok? Vamos a acercarnos un poco más en la mensual para que también lo puedan ver. Esta es una vela que parece topera, pero no es una vela topera. Tiene demasiado cuerpo para abajo, tienes que cerrar el 25% del tamaño del cuerpo, esta vela en el 25% de abajo. Esta no es una vela topera, es una vela mentirosa. Tienes al promedio de la 9 apoyándose en el 21, puedes ver mínimos más altos, estás viendo altos más altos y parece que la corrección llegó a ser hasta los 34 y el nivel que más para nosotros sería a lo que más vaya a bajar es esta zona donde están los 31.59, donde se van a encontrar el 21 y el 9 después de los próximos cierres. Puedes ver cómo la volatilidad se está expandiendo al mismo tiempo que el precio está subiendo. La volatilidad está en 34.66%, lo que nos dice que este va a ser un movimiento impulsivo y no correctivo. Esto quiere decir que este va a ser el movimiento del precio si continúa así. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que estás por encima, ahora sí, retomando el promedio del 9. Estás muy por encima del 21. Déjame, pongo el 55. Un segundito. Puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la alza y cada que tocaste el 9 fue una oportunidad de compra y efectivamente es lo que hemos visto una y otra vez con el precio de BYD. ¿Qué estamos esperando ahorita? Literalmente lo único que queremos es no cerrar abajo este promedio semanal en los 35.53 si somos alcistas. Siempre y cuando continuemos cerrando arriba de los $35, vamos a continuar este movimiento y sobre todo, les digo, en temporalidad corta puedes ver cómo el movimiento, la volatilidad está reduciéndose. Esto nos quiere decir después de que todo este periodo de sobreextendido se va a ir de lado y podemos estar llegando o estar muy cerca de poder ver el final de esta corrección para poder continuar a la alza. Vieron cómo acá rompió el 21 a la baja, hizo un SFP a la baja. Lo volvió a hacer acá, por lo que el precio no le molesta irse por abajo y después rebotar con fuerza. Y es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Eres alcista en BYD, definitivamente quieres cerrar arriba de los $37 el día de hoy. Eso te pone encima del cierre de la 9 y eso empieza a darte ese empuje en corto plazo que ves en toda la tabla a largo plazo, que es brutalmente bueno, se ve alcista de madre. Tenemos objetivos. Objetivos están en 45, como el siguiente objetivo en todas las temporalidades, hasta la de un mes, semanal, la diaria, 2-3 días, pero en la trimestral, porque eso quiere decir que va a tomar un año y cacho, el objetivo son los $150-$120. Así que tómenlo por lo que es, paso a paso, simplemente vayamos ganando niveles. Estás alcista, puedes empezar simplemente comprando cuando ves el 9, el 21, que lo retomas y simplemente este nivel de los 38-30 es un nivel bastante importante, solamente nos ha dado SFPs, definitivamente queremos cerrar arriba de él. Pueden verlo acá, cómo nos engañó y yo creo que ya es todas la que nos engañó y bueno, nos engañó en esta de antes y ahorita otra vez, así que queremos definitivamente cerrar arriba del 38-27 para poder sentirnos que esto está cambiando y que vamos a ver ya el alto histórico demasiado pronto. Por ahora, todo pinta bien, paso a paso, no tienes nada en la tabla que sea preocupante, absolutamente nada. Simplemente es seguir empujando por encima de los $37 para ver a BYD llegar a hacer historia, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen, ¿cómo que no? Alex, you're doing Open Door, right?
Yeah.
All right, great, because I deleted that ticker. I was like, no one's going to ask for Open Door.
So Open Door, I mean, it's just, we're going to be on the monthly first. It's just been in this bearish posturing, consistently rejecting the 9. We're, at the last stand for bulls right at 175 before, in my opinion, we could really dump fast. I have the next support right at like $1, a nice psychological number. So, we want to see bulls kind of step in here, especially on a monthly close. And ideally, they just keep holding this 175 to actually maybe either rally back up to the monthly 9. And then from there will be really important because, for many months now, we've just been solidly rejecting it. Even on this aggressive move back up to $3, we just unfortunately still closed below it and then just kept rejecting. So, that's kind of the first point that's the first point I'm watching on this chart, which is like major resistance, which is currently at $2.18. So all eyes on this level on the monthly. Obviously, though, the monthly is not closing anytime soon. So taking it to a weekly, we kind of see we did on this weekly open rally up to resistance, this weekly 9. We're not full on rejecting yet, but so far, we are finding some resistance right around there. It's going to be really key for bulls to at least try to reclaim the weekly 9, because then we can see that hopefully bleed into the monthly, maybe getting our push back up to that monthly EMA 9. And then from there, it'll either reject again, like it's been doing for many months, or actually reclaim. And then if it starts reclaiming, so I'm talking about the monthly, if the monthly can actually start reclaiming this, then all eyes back on 255. To me, that's like a nice mid-range for the zone. And then we start flipping that, which each rally has basically kind of, except for this one, granted, but that $3 rejected it, has been it's been stopping the rallies at $2.55. So we can actually flip that and hold it. Then yeah, I do think then we'll easily go back up to $3 and like $3.16 zone. But it'll first, I think, come with the weekly, at least trying to reclaim the 9, or maybe a push back up to the 34 here. But just like with the monthly EMA 9, that weekly 34 is major resistance. And so if the weekly starts reclaiming that, then I do, in layman terms, I do think if the weekly reclaims the 9, we get a rally up to the weekly 34. And then there will be a decision. If the weekly can actually hold and reclaim that 34, I think that'll bleed into the monthly holding the 9. Obviously, the monthly is closing in many weeks, so I'm more gauging it on a weekly just so we can kind of be more prepared instead of waiting for a whole month. Because it's really evident, in this trend down, we've just been consistently rejecting the 34. So we actually flip down a weekly closure. That'll actually put the monthly back above the 9, as it's at 218. And then the weekly here we see, we have basically there's no more resistance up until that 255. And then that's kind of where I'll be watching for a reaction there or a reclaim. And so that's why it's important to kind of gauge the weekly with the monthly. The daily is also at resistance, and we have very low volatility now. It's not expanding. It's literally at 0%. So whenever this does start confirming, when it's above 15%, I do think this move will be somewhat big. And I think it'll either happen with a range break or an actual pump back up to this 255 zone. Because from here, 255 is a nice 38%. But then also from here, one to my support zone is 45%. So they're almost matched in volatility with the major levels they are. But as it stands, just with this chart and the trend still down, and you can see with these wicks, bulls have been trying to flip the, break this last lower high essentially, but they've just been unable to. Therefore, then telling me that, yeah, this trend is still down. And if we do start getting that expansion with volatility, there's more of a chance, I think, of this actually breaking down. Yes, it's holding that $1.75 support zone, but the more times it comes back down to it and taps it, the weaker it gets, and it's not good that we're still rejecting the daily 34. So all eyes on that level, because that's right around that 190, 189. So we're getting nice confluence around like that $2, like 190 resistance on this chart. It's welcoming to see that on this big dump, it still held support. We didn't break this low. Bulls are trying to flip, the trend, but as long as we're under this wick high right at $1.97, the trend is still down on the daily, and we have to be really cautious of this potentially range breaking, and yeah, just breaking down, what was massive support. On all time frames, on the higher time frames at least, yeah, we were just at resistance and we're rejecting it. That 9, that EMA 9 on open will be pretty important across all time frames. Even if we go and view it like on let's see the 4 hour, it'll be really key for bulls on the 4 hour, especially to hold like 181. This pump up, we essentially rejected the EMA 100 on the 4 hour, a major point of resistance here. And so now it's kind of like bulls really want to hold this area. If they start losing this, especially on a 4 hour, if they start losing that 4 hour 9 while rejecting the EMA 100 and taking all the stops here, it's going to look like they'll have the fuel. Bears will have the fuel to actually press this down, trap longs, while really nothing on the higher time frames have changed. Right? Like on the weekly, we've just rallied up back to resistance, took all the stops here, went a little above, but then now we're kind of where it almost opened. So this 175 will be very crucial. I'm more in the camp though with this chart that it's going to actually break down, and we just have to be really careful about that, especially when the trend is still down. We're still rejecting all this fast moving averages, and just as 2 day here, it's giving low volatility on the daily and the 2-day. So we know theoretically a move is brewing. I'm just more in the camp it's going to be down because simply the trend is your friend, and that just holds true. And yeah, that's it. So this daily and 2-day are looking rejective based on the weekly EMA 9. If we can start reclaiming that, all eyes on the 34 at 220, reclaim a weekly on there, then we'll actually then be up above the monthly 9. And I do think if we start reclaiming that monthly 9, it greatly increases the chances of us testing that 255. And from there, we'll probably start seeing that volatility expand. And that's probably what will give us that move. So, and it's really just a waiting game for this chart. I wouldn't be scaling shorts here because you're running the risk of support holding and then us actually going back up at least that $2 level, not 196. And if you scale long here, you run the risk of longing right in the midst of a breakdown. And that's why for me, just waiting on a trigger will be really key. Watch the daily. You obviously want this EMA 100 to get reclaimed on the daily, which again just hasn't been tested since September, and at least for the very minimum that bulls keep holding the 9 EMA 9. So it's kind of all over the place in this chart, but it's more just waiting patiently, using the lower time frames to gauge the higher time frames. Mainly the monthly, though, is important because if the monthly is still under the 9, then it just means nothing. And as you guys see here, it's just that's what it's just been doing. And any pumps have just been fizzled out based on that, monthly 9. Now at $2.18. So, we shall see the reaction soon. And yeah, I'm just again more in the camp that this will break down. I'll happily be wrong, but when you're just in a very strong downtrend like we are, and we're literally hanging on the cliff, and now the daily and the 2-day are setting up for a move, while nothing really with structure has formed, especially since bulls have tried to break the last lower high and failed. Yeah, to me, I'm more in the camp this is going to break down. So be very cautious to that. And I'll be wrong if we start, reclaiming that, especially on the daily. Let me go to the daily here. I'll be wrong if we start reclaiming on a daily closure like $2.05, $2.06. And then ideally we'll hold that, and then that'll be the move if we can hold that. In my opinion, back to that 255 zone. And then that could ideally, if the daily then can look good, the weekly will look good, then the monthly, and so forth. So that's kind of where we're at. The weekly is rejecting the 9 though. So you kind of want to not have that majorly reject at the spot that it is now. So if you're bullish on this, then you're kind of just praying that 175 just keeps holding. That's kind of the hopium I see. If it doesn't, then I do think we're going to get a bigger move down to like $1.
Nice.
Yeah, it's. Oh, you're muted, Alejandro.
Oh, good for you guys. Good for you. Didn't hear any of my stupid shit. Oh, man, good for you. Farin, you're doing Kweb, right?
Yeah, KWEB.
Got beautiful gold. In honor of Trump, we're going to analyze gold, the most precious metal that's ever been precious.
Gold is worth more than platinum now, right?
I don't know. To be honest with you, like retail wise, you mean like an ounce of platinum?
Yeah.
Platinum? No. Is it?
I don't know.
I need to look that up
Because
that would be crazy. I'd go buy platinum right now if that's true.
Someone's talking about
1,025 per ounce. Yeah, gold is like twice the price.
What? Yeah, that's a big opportunity on platinum. Now, I am not a market expert. I just know that platinum in jewelry stores sells for more than gold.
So why is a platinum Rolex more expensive than a gold one?
That's what I'm saying. That makes no sense. Like something is wrong. You see what I'm saying? There's a discrepancy here. We'll see which one is discreping from the other. All righty. You're doing Boomer Gold, Alex, and we'll do Kweb in a second. Let me do Open Door.
You said gold.
Yeah, gold.
Oh, okay, cool.
Estamos viendo Open Door Technology es una empresa de bienes raíces, pero obviamente es tecnología para el mundo digital, es lo que hemos visto, lo hemos analizado varias veces aquí todos juntos. Voy a rápido ponerlo en la trimestral para que lo puedan ver. Déjenme ajusto rápidamente. Pueden ver que Open Door ha llegado a un máximo histórico de casi $40. En este momento está cotizando en el potente $1.84 aquí abajo, básicamente. Vamos a expandir un poco esto para que puedan ver un poco la estructura de lo que estamos viendo. Podemos ver que venimos de una caída libre, literalmente. Lo único que nos detuvo de la primera caída fue esta zona por los $17 y de ahí se dejó como gorda en tobogán el precio ir hasta el piso. Ahora, aquí está empezando a formar estructura y aquí es donde la gente está empezando a preguntarse, ¿vamos para arriba o para abajo? Y la pregunta es sencilla, ¿no? Porque hay varias personas que están viendo esto y que te dirán, güey, eso es una clara tendencia alcista. Lo que no sabemos es si vamos a romper estos mínimos y continuar, porque estos podrían ser tus nuevos altos más bajos. Si esto llega a ser tu alto más bajo, pues lo siguiente debería de ser la formación de un bajo más bajo, si lo quieres ver así. Para empezar, estás en un periodo de extrema volatilidad en la trimestral, extrema, que has estado por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trimestres. Esos son 5 por 3, 15, casi medio año, año y medio. Año y un cuarto, básicamente. Año y un cuarto. ¡Wow! ¡Qué puta locura! Y estás muy por abajo del promedio de la 9. Déjame pongo el promedio del 5. Interesante eso. También por abajo el promedio del 5. Así que esto en larga temporalidad se ve todavía bajista y tienes que empezar a retomar niveles si lo quieres ver subir de precio. Ahora, en la mensual, voy a quitar volatilidad de la mensual para que lo puedan ver por acá. Voy a quitar mi promedio de las 5 en la mensual, también rechazado, pero aquí podemos darnos cuenta que también, una vez más, tuvimos una desviación, tuvimos otro alto más bajo y de estos bajos creamos bajos más bajos. Lo único que no hemos barrido son estos bajos, pero puede que sea lo siguiente. Es por eso que ahorita Open Door está en una posición bastante importante para su precio a futuro, para toda la gente que está especulando con esta acción. En la semanal, puedes ver cómo el promedio de las 9 nos rechazó y vamos para abajo. El promedio de las 21 está en $2 con 3 centavos y el del 55 está en 2.45. Ahora, cuando ponemos volatilidad, nos damos cuenta que estamos muy por abajo del promedio de la volatilidad, por lo que todavía no hay un movimiento que se esté dando establecido donde el precio vaya para arriba. Lo que estamos viendo es una corrección. Nos vamos a acercar a la diaria. ¿Sabes qué? Voy a hacer la de 2 días primero. Y en la de 2 días puedes ver que venimos de un periodo de cero volatilidad y literalmente no ha estado moviéndose para arriba para nada. Eso, combinado con el hecho de que estemos perdiendo el promedio de las 9, que esté en 1.85, el precio está en 1.85, pero en la parte baja el 1.85 es así de dramático y siendo rechazado por el promedio de las 9 no es bueno. Pero la diaria es la que está haciendo el front running de esto. ¿A qué me refiero? La diaria es la que está adelantándose en el movimiento. Ahora, ¿nos vamos a salvar de crear nuevos mínimos? Y justamente nos toma el precio bajando tantito. Lo primero que tenemos que hacer es retomar también el promedio de las 21. En alguna temporalidad tenemos que empezarle a ganar a estos promedios y no ser simplemente rechazados y mandados al nepe. Esta zona de los 1.81 muy importantes, pero más el 1.85, porque el 1.85 en diferentes temporalidades, como puedes ver acá el promedio de la 9 en la de 2 días, en la semanal, estás muy por abajo del promedio de las 9. Esto es muy importante, muy importante poder retomar este nivel del 1.85. Si no lo vas a retomar ahorita, quieres retomarlo mañana, el promedio de las 21. Lo que no quieres es que en el rangueo de esto, perder el 9. Si pierdes el 9 que está en 1.81 en este momento, esto se va a ir para abajo. ¿Qué tanto podemos confiar que esto vaya a subir? Literalmente nada. Lo único que tienes que hacer es poco a poco ver cada uno de estos niveles ser retomados, sobre todo si llegas al promedio de las 100. Retomas el 100, vas a tener un muy buen chance de irte hasta el 2.35. Y para todos ustedes que se pregunten, ay, güey, pero es que ya subió todo eso, hasta el 2.35 sigue siendo un 15%. Y nosotros pensamos que podría llegar hasta acá arriba, que es un 23%. Pero por ahora estamos más del lado de que esto tiene cara de que va a ser rechazado y va a bajar. Pero eso sí, la última vela diaria comparada con las de antes, está creando nuevos altos y nuevos mínimos. Así que atención, está en un momento crucial para ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Y acá yo creo que la explicación sencilla es la semanal. Quieres poder cerrar, esto va a cerrar en 4 días, 4 horas, quieres poder cerrar arriba del promedio de la 9 para empezar y sobre todo en la diaria, empezar a fijarte en la diaria, retomar el promedio de las 9 y de ahí empezar a ver cómo cierra la semanal. Eso es lo que diríamos nosotros. Está Alex un poco más bajista que alcista en esto, entiendo el por qué. Y pues ahí lo tienen, Open Door. All right, what are we doing now?
Kweb.
Kweb, 1 second, Kweb. But tough comes. And what the fuck is Kweb?
No idea. Crane Shares Trust, CSI,
Oh.
China Internet ETF.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
China.
Lots of Chinese people here on the chat.
I was about to say, yeah.
Konnichiwa, bitches.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna have to pull my John Cena and start learning some Chinese.
Yeah, literally.
Exactly.
Bing chilling. That's all the Chinese that I know.
All I know
It's ice cream. Bing chilling. But it sounds like
chilling?
big. But it sounds like big chilling.
Yeah, he does. Big time chilling.
Bing chilling in Beijing.
Bing killing.
On the quarterly, we've tapped the top 38.2%, and now we're getting a little rejection candle and kind of a toppy candle, to be honest. And if it closes like this is almost certainly going to be our next lower high, and we're probably going to come back down towards this 61.8. Probably we're going to break that if we close below this area right here, which is $22.68. It's probably going to go below this week low too, probably down to this 88.3% on the HPDR, which is currently around $14. So this candle is not looking good. The HPDR momentum is starting to flip back down, while volatility is still contracting. So that is one thing in favor of the bulls, is that volatility is still contracting. If this move down, volatility was expanding, I would say it's probably already done, and this thing is probably going to go down more than 50% from here. But volatility currently is not expanding. If we close below this 9 EMA, though, volatility most likely will start expanding, and then we're probably going down below $15. But as of right now, we're still holding the 9 EMA after we reclaimed it, and we've been below the 9 EMA since July of 2021. So reclaiming the 9 was very significant. The fact that it's rejecting the 21 is not so bad as long as we're holding the 9, because then if it closes like this, we should get another test of the 9, and if it holds again, then we can have enough to break this, enough shorts built up to break this 21 and move to get a very significant move towards this breakdown area somewhere around very nice $69.92. Monthly momentum is starting to break, shift down, and it's about to exit the bullish control zone. Volatility is going down as well, so it's telling you that whatever move we're getting to the downside right now is going to be a corrective move. And we already got a rejection of the 100 EMA and the 55. Currently, we're still over the blue 38.2% after closing above it. So if we don't continue to hold that, which is currently at $31.38, we should continue to see another move towards the upside and another retest of this 100 to see if we can break it the next time around. If we do break this 100 EMA, we're probably going to get a very aggressive move up to retest this breakdown right around $60 to $70 area, which is a pretty huge percentage of move from here. It's about 100% up. And the jewel is giving a pretty nice signal as well. We're breaking out of the bearish control zone and retesting it, and then getting continuation towards the upside. In about 1 or 2 more closures, we should probably break into the bullish control zone on the jewel. Weekly is tapped out on momentum and volatility both, where they went up to the 100% on the tap of the 200 SMA, and then from there, momentum and volatility are now contracting. So because momentum was going down with volatility going down at the same time, that tells you that this move to the downside is a corrective move, and we should be looking for this to make a higher low and then a little consolidation before we continue upwards again. I would be looking for some consolidation here, maybe even more of a pullback at this point because we're still at such extreme levels on the HPDR. It probably goes at least consolidates for the next couple of weeks while these ranges step up, and then at that point, I could see us breaking towards this, breaking this 200 SMA. Then, one of the reasons why we rejected it last time around is because we broke over the 95% on the HPDR ranges. So it became very unlikely to close anywhere right here. So that increased the probabilities of us rejecting this area and pulling back. So as of now, we're likely not going to break this as long as we're still above the 95%. We will need to consolidate and have this 200 SMA be around somewhere around like the 61.8 or 78.6 at the most. And then from there, I could see continuation. 5 days looking kind of bullish, where we got these 3 red candles right at the 5 EMA, and we're still above the 5 EMA. The reason why I think we're not going to get another tap of this 200 is because we're at the 95%. So if you're playing by statistics and probabilities, if you only have a 5% chance, it's not something you should really bet on. Same thing on the 5-day, where momentum and volatility went to extremes at 100%, and now they're contracting. 2-day now is freshly flipping back up on momentum, where we went back down to the extreme lows on the bearish control zone. Now we're flipping back up. We're at the middle zone, about to flip at 0%, and currently postured toward the upside, whereas volatility is at literally 0%. So right now it seems like 2 days telling us that we're probably going to get a volatile move towards the upside, and especially if we close over the median. Right now the median's at $32.59, where we're exactly at right now. We close over that, then we're probably going towards this 95% at a minimum, but this thing likes to go to the 100. I just don't like to use the 100 as a target. It's a little extreme. But the 95 is at $37.83, $35.38. And the 100% range is at $48.71. That's where we tapped out last time, where we hit it 3 times before we got this correction. Daily is already pointed healthily towards the upside on momentum, and volatility is expanding to support it. We would want to see closure over this top 38.2% to confirm that our volatile move to the upside. And we're currently rejecting it right now. It's at $32.74. We have 3.5 hours more to go. So if we can close above this, then we're probably going to get a pretty aggressive move towards the upside, somewhere around mid-30s to maybe low 40s.
If you cannot close above that, or if you close above it.
Yeah, 32.74 if it closes above that. I could easily see this going to like probably $38, $40 if you close above that area. Monthly put in a local bottom, which invalidated this hidden bearish divergence. On the weekly, there is regular bearish divergence. It tried to get out of the bullish control zone, and now it's back into the bullish control zone on the tap of the 9 EMA. We're getting volatility contraction also, so that tells us that this is a corrective move. Daily is about to put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, while volatility is at extreme lows. So that would give us a easy target of the bullish control zone and then a target of the bullish critical zone. So that would be about bullish control zone is at $33.99, $34. Bullish critical zone, $42, right at that $40 area. And the 4-hour is also put in the local bottom, while the volatility is going to extreme lows. So on the low time frames, it's looking like our short-term correction is over, and the higher time frames are likely to bleed in, and we should continue upwards after a little bit of consolidation and the ranges, HPDR ranges step up. Then I think we could probably easily see $40 at that point, but we would need some consolidation first.
Yes, indeed, senor, and I would agree just by looking at the chart. But it doesn't really fucking matter, because at the end of the day, you guys are the experts, and I'm just here to translate whatever the fuck you're saying. Okay, then we had gold, of course, very important. Chainlink.
Those stinky linkies.
Yeah, weak brains.
Them sticky linkies. No, linkies. God damn it.
Yeah, stinky linkies.
Stinky linkies.
Don't touch my stinky linkies.
I don't want to get sued for sexual harassment, so I probably won't. Ok, vale pues. Estamos viendo, déjenme quito el imancillo y voy a quitar mis promedios para que podamos ver esto bien. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Esto es Kweb, una empresa china. Aparentemente se llama Crane Shares Trust, Crane Shares CSI China. Hasta tiene que ver con la policía, como en Estados Unidos, para que vean, impresionante. Esta madre ha estado en un alto histórico de $105, impresionante, y en este momento está cotizado en 32,57. Hemos visto cómo logramos hacer este máximo aún más alto con buenos bajos más altos que el pasado, pero rompemos toda esta estructura alcista, creamos una doble M en cuanto a patrones se refiere, sobre todo en temporalidades altas, la primera M y la segunda, la famosa McDonald's desviada. Esta sería absolutamente una locura comparado con la de antes, pero también entiendan que el cierre está literalmente por acá en los 77, que no está tan lejos de esto en los 60. Este huicazo que dio es un blow up top, así se llaman estas cosas, que es cuando hacen a todo el mundo pensar que va a subir más para que entren, porque va a continuar máximos históricos, todo el mundo entra acá y bolas, te venden todo esto y te dejan aquí atorado con tus compras en 105 o en 79, etcétera. Ok. En temporalidades altas, esto tiene cara de que está empezando a crear estructura. Podemos ver que estamos formando o que formamos este piso y ahora estamos dando está favoreciendo a que esto está creando una vez más este mínimo y máximo, y ahora este mínimo y máximo, que de nuevo es un alto más alto que el pasado, y eso lo pone en una buena situación por ahora. La cosa es, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan de momentum y volatilidad, en esta temporalidad, el HPDR está cansado, necesita consolidación. ¿Qué es consolidación? Que el precio vaya de lado tantito por acá en esta zona. ¿Para qué? Para que todos los rangos que ven en el HPDR bajen y eso pueda darle más momentum al precio para continuar. En largas temporalidades se ve alcista, en temporalidades cortas parece que la corrección está acabando, que es esta corrección, porque estábamos en 39, casi $40, y ahora estamos en 32. Esta podría ser la corrección, es una vela trimestral, recuerden, cierra en un mes, 28 días. Vamos a la mensual. ¿Cómo de que no? Y en la mensual sí les voy a poner esto para que lo puedan ver. En la mensual pudimos por fin treparnos con este velazo hacia la alza encima del 9 y el 21. Eso es muy, muy bueno. Eso es importante. Esto nos enseña, nos dice que el precio tiene fuerza para el lado en el que se está moviendo y podemos ver esta consolidación que es de la que hablamos con Farhan. Estos niveles van a subir, estos promedios van a subir, estos van a bajar y también esto va a ser bastante bueno para todo aquel que es alcista, porque una vez que juntas todos los promedios, funciona como un resorte a la alza. 34, estamos por encima del 34 también, algo que literalmente no habíamos hecho desde, ¿sabe? La última vez que retomamos el 34, ¿cuándo fue? Acá fue un SFP, fue literalmente acá y tuvimos una subida impresionante. Nos fuimos de los $47 hasta los $105, para que tengan una idea. Y es la línea blanca que está deteniendo al precio en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que... Perdón, me estoy ahogando por acá. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver? Simplemente en temporalidades más cortas como la semanal lo puedes ver aún mejor. ¿Quieres definitivamente cerrar por encima del promedio del 5 que está en 32.49? Estamos en 32.58. Siempre y cuando podamos cerrar acá esta semana, que todavía le faltan 4 días y 4 horas a esta acción para cerrar, nos vamos a empezar a ver bien, muñecos. Pero por ahora, en la diaria, estás encima de tu 9, encima del 21, encima del 5, encima del todos. Y este podría ser tu oportunidad. Faltan 3 horas y 26 minutos para cerrar. Esto parece y está haciendo una vela de tope. Aquí es un momento importante para el precio. ¿Por qué? Porque queremos definitivamente romper estos 33.58 a la alza y no romper los 31.83, que es justamente donde está el promedio de las 5, a la baja, porque eso nos llevaría a probablemente empezar a retestear estos mínimos y nos pondría por ahí donde está el 55 en 30.99. Pero por ahora parece que la corrección, que es literalmente este movimiento, está agotándose. Vamos a ver un poco más de consolidación, puede que sea en este rango, siempre y cuando literalmente lo único que tienes que fijarte es este rango de precios. Arriba el 32.50 es el tipo de cierre que estás buscando en diaria, en semanal, etcétera, para poder hacer que todos estos niveles continúen bien y de ahí ver el movimiento que se va a dar a fin de cuentas, que nosotros sí creemos que vas a poder llegar por acá a los 40 y exagerando hasta casi los 48. Pero por ahora pues, se ve bastante bien esto. Nada más no quieres perder estos niveles, no quieres cerrar abajo de 32.50 y definitivamente no quieres perder el 31.85 si es que eres amante de Kweb. Okay. I don't know. That's what? Gold.
Gold is interesting. It's kind of a ridiculous chart. If you guys see here, we just consistently on the monthly make a high, and then the next month opens up, basically holds it as support, and then goes up, makes a high. Next month opens, holds it as support, and then goes up. And then this one was just very clear. And so I'm kind of just watching the same thing. I do think 2,700 to 2,686 is going to be pretty important for gold. Especially with what we see on the daily. That's kind of the spot where the daily EMA 34 is. The kind of last spot where bulls need to step in before gold actually dumps more, in my opinion. If you view the HBDR too, it's interesting because we see we closed below the EMA 9, rejected it today, and actually opened while opening too. We opened today under the median. You just see following it, gold likes to kind of stay above it. When it does lose the median, it's more a sign for just caution, especially with what we think is going to happen, going back down to like 2,700 to 2,685. For now, I like how the daily 50% is currently at 2,700, basically. Just giving me confidence that a pullback wouldn't surprise me here. How deep of a pullback is just $1 million question, because gold makes these really shallow pullbacks and just springs from it every single time. That's why it's interesting to trade, because it just literally goes up only. But it won't always be like that. And when we got this weekly close, we did put in not the best looking candles. So you would expect follow through. Bears are not looking for this wick high to get at all reclaimed or even price to go back above it. And that's sitting right now at $2,790. So, assuming bulls don't press above there, then any bears are looking for any rally into this area just to be shorted with the target. Most likely, I would target back to that weekly 9. We see that weekly 9 hasn't been tested since early September. And so it is corresponding to with right by that meme line, which is based on that, last wick high rejection. I'd be first watching that zone. I don't think it's wise to be calling for, a major downside move on gold until we at least freshly lose the weekly 9, which has just been steadily holding this entire rally.
By a lot too.
Yeah. And it is now freshly, it is high, very high above it now. So, with the weekly, I'm not getting much. We just want to see where this will move. 4 days it's closing, but we are just like getting a nice confluence in the like low 2,700s to like 2,685. Which just ties into gold doesn't really get deep pullbacks. I'm not really getting anything on the monthly, especially with volatility. The daily here is just resetting volatility. Still it's kind of looking heavy too, especially after yesterday's sharp rejection under the EMA 9, closed below it. Today opened up, tested it, it's rejecting it. Yeah, to me, I'm more in the camp that, this area here, at least by minimum, the EMA 21 will get tapped as long as we're below the 9, which is at 2,709. And we know with the weekly HBDR that we just shown, this 50% will be pretty important for bulls to hold. If not, depending on where this moves, yeah, I mean, ideally, we'll get a weekly closure and see where these ranges move. Maybe if they move down, the 50% can go more towards 2,686. Just be really good confluence of what we see with gold. The 2-day here is in a precarious spot as well. Because even though we're above the 2-day 9, which is an area I'd be watching right at 2,722, we did close below the 50%. So that is something that I'm watching with correspondence to maybe the median. Keeps moving up right around that zone I talked about, that 2,685. And then we see a bigger bounce there when things start lining up, especially with that 2-day median. So that is strong. That that's kind of, for me, actually is like at least the first spot we should see a bounce before going all the way back down. And since gold is extremely bullish, it would be wise to not be like doing what people said with Nvidia, which they're just trying to catch a major big short. It's just been easy just to range play it. When we break out, we tend to hold the breakout and then just wait for the next breakout. And that's why gold is it's a funny chart to me, because watching it all year, it's just funny because at least like I'm running out of things to draw, and it even works using the wick high rejection, and it bases off of it, and it's just ridiculous, this posturing. And I know Peter, I think his name's Peter Schiff, or whoever loved
Peter
gold.
Schiff. Yeah.
Just bricked up right now, because for gold to be making on the month like 4% moves, 5% moves, 2% move even is crazy, because people have a lot of money in gold. And so it's just pretty insane, and just shows the strength and the interest in gold. But it is wise to be cautious here. I wouldn't be longing here. I'd be at least waiting for a reaction at the level I talked about, preferably at the extremity at $2,685. And if we start losing that area mixed in with the daily starts losing the 34, then I'll be more keen on, maybe we do get a deeper pullback once that actually happens, and then all eyes around that $2,543. I think that'll be a pretty important level overall on the, wait, no, 2000, no, my apologies. All eyes essentially on, that's like my worst case scenario, but that's a major dump on gold. I do think that 2,600 is a nice psychological level. It made sense. We held that the last time. If we lose the 34, I'll be watching there to at least, get some kind of bounce. If that then starts deviating and we lose 2,600, then yeah, I am eyeing that $2,543, which should act as a major opportunity. Gold hasn't tested that in a very long time. This entire way up, we actually haven't tested it. And that'd be a nice flush out, because like I just said, it's been going up only, but it won't always be like that. And, gold going down almost 7% in boomer world is pretty big. So just something to be mindful of, but it is strong. I'm in summary, I'm just basically watching something like this, maybe, and then we just kind of trek up like we've just been doing.
You want to know the irony of everything?
Yeah.
At least this is what I think. If Donald Trump wins and they do what they're saying they're going to do, Elon and him, gold will absolutely collapse back to 2000 easy. That's because they would get rid of inflation.
I see. Yeah, and that's a great point, because then gold's been acting like it does as like a hedge, so an inflationary hedge. So that is interesting, especially when the weekly didn't close the best. It's almost like an evening star here. So bears would want to see follow through on this weekly. And that is something, if you're bullish on gold, maybe you long kind of the top, you should be aware of that if this is going to play out and this is going to act like some kind of at least local top, it would make a lot of sense to at least go back down to that EMA 9 on the weekly. This week maybe opens up red, and that could maybe be in correspondence to maybe Trump, winning. So weekly is not good. I would be concerned with that, but just like here, it just went to the 9, and we didn't really dump that much, and then we kept going on. Clearly with different president, different policies and whatnot, it's very fundamentally based, just like Alejandro mentioned. So it's funny that, this week we should see downside. The elections tomorrow, if this is going to play out, we should see a dump if this candle's going to play out, as long as we don't break this wick high. Maybe that's, leading into a Trump presidency then, because if inflation does truly go down, then yeah, gold would top and go down. So that's it. 2,672 to 2,685 is a pretty big level. I'm just watching that. Nice little areas right there. Flips the wick high into support after breaking out. We actually never really tested it. And downside shouldn't surprise anyone, especially with the rally we had. Gold last week literally putting in a new high. You should just be watching for at least a shallow higher low right around there. That's literally what's just been happening with gold this entire year.
Nice. Very, very nice, senor. Thank you so much. Coinbase.
Nice.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Ok. El gráfico del oro es bastante difícil de analizar simplemente buscando niveles, porque todo va a ser literalmente, déjame saco un Fibonacci, proyecto a dónde va, porque claramente ha tenido un movimiento agresivo desde los 1666, ¿se acuerdan acá cuando dijimos, güey, está demasiado barata esta chingadera? Que de verdad lo fue. Ese fue el fondo, hasta los 2,714. O sea, ha subido más de $1,000, algo que vale $2,700. Es una estupidez. Eso es loquísimo. El oro obviamente está en una tendencia alcista. Pueden ver cómo está por encima de todos sus promedios saludablemente. Y en esta vela, semanal, en estas velas semanales, estamos creando un poco de una vela topera, pero esta no es una vela topera oficial, no me preocuparía. Algo que les tengo que decir a todos ustedes es lo siguiente. ¿Ustedes creen que si gana Donald Trump, el oro va a subir? Porque si en teoría, y esto de nuevo, señores, en teoría, si Donald Trump gana la presidencia y hace lo que dijo que iba a hacer junto con Elon Musk y reducir el gasto de gobierno y aparte reducir la cantidad de dinero impreso, eso va a hacer que el oro baje, porque literalmente el oro subió por hacer lo contrario. Si vas a tener deflación, y estás hablando de deflación monetaria, que es la seria, la de verdad, si vas a tener ese tipo de deflación porque Elon no quiere gastar $2 trillones extras al año y porque quiere vivir dentro del presupuesto de Estados Unidos y va a recortar el presupuesto de todo, va a tener que haber deflación. Así es como funciona esto, no como la Reserva Federal te vende de que, güey, va a bajar todo porque los intereses. No, la Reserva Federal no tiene poder sobre nada. Si quieres, bueno, en realidad sí, pero la Reserva Federal no quiere bajar la inflación. Si quieres reducir la inflación, no subes los tipos. Lo que tienes que hacer es reducir la cantidad de dinero que estás emitiendo. Y es por eso que nos están robando todo el dinero, porque nadie comprende esto. Si Trump gana, va a haber una reducción en la cantidad de emisión de dinero. No hay de otra. En la cantidad de gasto de gobierno. Y eso va a hacer que el oro vaya una vez más a la inflación. ¿Saben cuándo fue la inflación? ¿Quién se acuerda de la inflación? En el 2020, ¿no? Vamos a poner esto en la mensual para que lo podamos ver bien. Esto fue el 2020. Este nivel, Esto fue lo que pasó cuando imprimimos trillones de dólares. Los imprimimos por acá abajo y nos fuimos hasta los 2,000. Estábamos literalmente en 1,500, nos fuimos hasta 2,000, rangueamos todo este tiempo y trepamos, ¿no? Lo podemos ver aquí claramente. En mi opinión, esto es un poco parecido a donde está Bitcoin hoy. Entonces, tuviste este rango desde el 2020 hasta el 2023 y de ahí lo rompiste con esta mega salida. A la alza. Voy a borrar esto, es completamente irrelevante para el análisis de ahora. Si llegamos una vez más a de verdad, de nuevo, no solo es que gane Trump, pero que de verdad haga lo que está diciendo, que es casi imposible. Esto tendría que venir a recargarse por acá para continuar. Y eso, a fin de cuentas, en la estructura de largo plazo, véanlo, simplemente con ese dibujo, nada sería afectado. Podrías literalmente hacer esto y sigue el movimiento, o lo puedes poner acá y ahí está. Es más, lo puedes apretar un poco más y ponerlo acá, ¿no? O dejarlo acá. Eso sigue siendo una tendencia alcista y dará continuación a largo plazo. Pero por corto plazo, no. Esto tiene cara de que va a seguir subiendo. No hay nada todavía que haya cambiado que nos diga que no. En la semanal yo creo que es la parte más fácil de poder ver esto. No quieres perder tu promedio de las 9, no lo has perdido en todo este tiempo. Si pierdes tu promedio de las 9, vas a poder tal vez darte una vuelta máximo hasta los 2,554, pero por ahora no tiene cara que el oro vaya a bajar de esto por nada. Y darles objetivos al alza, de nuevo, es casi imposible, no sabemos cuánto vaya a subir. Así que por ahora simplemente quieres estar encima del promedio de las 9, que está en los 2,672. Si llegas a perder eso, vas a probablemente a darte una vuelta acá al 21, que está en los 2.550, 2.560. Y si ya rompes eso, pues aquí se pone interesante, porque para poder de verdad tirar el precio del oro sería abajo de los 2.439. Por ahora, una vez más, no hay nada que nos diga que Trump de verdad va a ganar y que va a hacer lo que nos está diciendo y Elon Musk le va a ayudar y todo el mundo los va a dejar. Porque literalmente la gente que mata a todo el mundo para no tener cambio porque se están robando todo, son a los que quieren chingarse y eso es imposible y en la historia nunca ha pasado. Así que, perdón, por más que ame a Elon Musk y a Trump, no les creo ni madres. All right, what's the next one?
It is Stinky Linky.
Ah, Stinky Linky. Chingy. Chainlink USDT. There we go. All right, let me put your chart. Not sure why I put mine. And let me do that.
I actually saw somebody doing that for the first time in person, where this dude was trying to back up his car and the guy was outside whistling.
That's the first time you've ever seen that?
Yeah.
That is the most Mexican thing on earth. That's why I always do that everywhere.
I remember it from your video when I saw it. I was like, oh shit, first time I'm seeing this in real life.
People in this country are missing out on the greatest fucking things ever. Oh.
Buddy was whistling him to navigate him out of that parking spot.
And by the way, all cars now have parking sensors. Everybody, like, why do you need a guy to whistle you into your spot? But Mexico, that'll never change. Never.
Yeah, awesome. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a breakdown on Chainlink on the monthly, where we're about to lose the 38.2 and the 50% on the HPDR bands. And if volatility is starting to go down. So volatility is going to flip up if we lose these areas, and we're probably going to go somewhere down towards this 78.6 at a minimum. And right now, 78.6 is below $8. It's at $7.81. But with how low volatility is, it's only at 50%. We could more likely probably going to go lower than that, probably go to the 88.3. And the 88.3 is $5.99. And if Link is going down that much, Link is one of the more major coins. It has a market cap of, where's the market cap? It's in the billions, I believe.
6.44 billion.
Yeah, so that's one of the bigger cryptos. And if that's going down that much, what's happening with Bitcoin, what's happening with all the rest of the market? That is a dump of like more than 40%. And from cycle highs, that's 75% down. That's like bear market territory. Very interesting. Quarterly is looking like a breakdown as well, where we've lost the median and we're getting expansion towards the downside, and the 21 is not giving any type of support right now. Momentum is starting to shift down from a full reset, and it's at 0%. Volatility is at 0%. So statistically, based off of this setup, after losing the median, you would go down to the bottom 38.2%. And right now, that sits at $5.12. Sheesh. And with how low volatility is, literally 0%, you could more than easily go down to $5. You could probably go down even lower than that with how low volatility is. You could probably go down to $3. Damn, this thing looks like trash. Let's look at the Bitcoin chart.
Oh, dude, it's got to be absolutely murdered. It's going to look like Ethereum.
This is horrible. If we lose this low right here, which is at there's so many zeros, I don't even want to say it, 2071, we're probably going way lower, probably somewhere around here, which is 1094. That's a huge dump on the Bitcoin pair. And then volatility is going to start shifting up too. We're getting a breakdown on the monthly too. On the Bitcoin pair, we're about to lose the bottom 38.2%. That usually sends us somewhere close to the 100. And that's basically, it's at the same number we looked at before at the 107 area. Yeah, this is just straight up breaking down. Every time frame.
It's like doing it live right now.
Yeah. It's in the process of breaking down at the moment. We are approaching weekly support though. We should see some type of reaction at low $10, like $10.07. I don't think it'll be a reversal. I just think it would be a slight bounce, maybe go back up to retap this 5 or 9 EMA, might make another lower high, and then end up going down after that. But if it's actually very bearish, it's going to go straight through the 38.2 and it's going to go straight to the 50%. As of right now, that might happen because of momentum is about to shift down into the bearish control zone and volatility is shifting up. We have about 6 days and 7 hours to go. So it's a pretty good amount of time. That's an eternity in crypto. 5 days getting a rejection of the median and a very aggressive move down. We're about to lose this 200 SMA. With how low volatility is on the 5 day, we could easily come back down towards the 78.6. That is at $8. And then that would bleed into the higher time frames would then bleed in, and we would end up going more likely towards $5. 2 day momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility supporting it. This thing looks terrible. Same $8 target. And daily losing 38.2. Volatility expansion 55%, which is not very high at all. Daily is telling me somewhere around $9, probably before a mean reversion. This thing has never performed ever again like it did back in 2020.
Well, no, it's part of the shitcoins.
I remember back in 2020, it was literally going just up only. It went from like cents all the way to like, I believe $40, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, deep in the 41 or 50.
Oh wow,
that's crazy. And now it's just a piece of garbage.
Like 99% of cryptos.
99.9. And even the ones that go up, like they don't really need a token for their technology.
No, by the way, no. The thing is, no one does. Because then what does the token do?
Just something for the degens to gamble on.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I'm not opposed. I mean, I'll take it, right? That's what we do. But hey, it's fucking retarded that people really think like, what's the utility for that? There's no fucking utility, dude. The utility is what the chain does. That's it. The token shouldn't exist. Either way, I'm sorry. Don't let me distract. My old man rants.
The 5 day is getting expanding volatility from extreme lows down from 8%. Now it's currently at 10.3. At 15%, it'll confirm as volatility expansion. And at the same time, we're getting a potential 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm as long as we are closing below, what is that? $10.71, $10.71. So close below that, it's going to confirm 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. That very likely takes us to this bearish control zone, which right now is at $8.34. What do you know? $8 again. And because volatility is so low, we probably go to the bearish critical zone, and that number is so low that it doesn't even tell you what that is right now. Two-day confirmed hidden bearish divergence. Bearish control zone is pretty close, and we're getting volatility expansion. That's at $9.02. That supports the other idea of finding somewhat of a mean reversion bounce at below $9. And on the 4 hour also, the jewel is starting to flip back over on the VMP, and it's maintaining the bearish critical zone. Not just the bearish control zone, the critical zone. Sheesh. And we're at extreme lows on volatility. So it looks like we're about to get another breakdown very soon, like as within the next couple of days, probably.
Within the next 20 seconds.
within the next 35 seconds. All the way from the low time frames to the high time frames, this looks like absolute trash. It looks like it's in the process of breaking down, and it's going to go down much further. I wouldn't want to own this. I wouldn't want to touch this.
I would agree with you. And I got to say, Ethereum kind of looks the same. Yeah, kind of fucking crazy.
Solana looks so much better than Ethereum.
I know. I would agree with you 100%.
It'll be funny if the real flipping is not Ethereum flipping Bitcoin, but Solana flipping Ethereum.
I would be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's bound to happen. The technology is so much better on Solana. Like fucking light years away from Ethereum.
Plus the founder is kind of a giga chad, whereas Vitalik is not.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a different one. I'm sure Vitalik is pro-abortion or anti-abortion, and that's the most important thing in his agenda.
He supports Kamala Harris, so of course.
Of course he does. Of course.
As the world is collapsing, he's like, at least I can still get an abortion.
I don't need to live and pay for things. I just want to make sure that I can get an abortion. Sir, you don't have a vagina. I need abortions.
With the nukes overhead.
Yeah, exactly. CELH for you, Farhan.
CELH. Is that a
C
stock?
as in cock, ELH. Cell H.
I think it's a stock.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, Celsius stock. I think it's the drinks.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Celsius beverages.
I'm fucking betraying my investments in my companies promoting Celsius right now with the analysis. But sadly, none of my companies are public. So yet, one day I'll be very rich and I'll be paying Donald Trump to do whatever I want him to do.
It's pretty close to a breakdown though. So.
Oh, good. Good. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Coca-Cola, please buy my business. Either way, aquí tenemos Chainlink, ¿no? Podemos notar, ok, voy a poner el gráfico trimestral en Chainlink para que lo podamos ver dramáticamente. Aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tenemos un alto histórico en $52 con 95 centavos, digamos $53. Vamos a darle $53. No sé qué tanto me esté fallando por acá. Pero desde entonces hemos caído, consolidado, intentando romper a la alza en el 2024, en enero del 2024, y eso fue todo lo que logramos. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando ven esto? Ya se la saben ustedes. Normalmente esto nos dice que probablemente la tendencia es bajista. Lo único que es impresionante es que estamos por encima del promedio de las 21. Es lo único que para mí es impresionante, pero pienso que esto va a ser un imán para el precio en los 9,840 y va a continuar bajando. Este es un rechazo del promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5, y han visto la caída y el breakdown que está teniendo. Vámonos rápidamente a verlo en vista mensual. En la mensual, y nos acercamos agresivamente para poder presumirle a todo el mundo lo fácil que rolamos el mouse, hemos hecho este máximo, y desde que venimos a tomar esta liquidez en los $22, literalmente hemos rangueado y empezamos a perder todos nuestros promedios favoritos. Podemos ver que el 9 está a punto de cruzar para abajo el 21. El promedio del 5 está acá en los 12. Un segundo, ¿cuál es el blanco? No, es el 34. El 5 está acá en verde en los 11. Y acabamos de perder también el promedio de la 55, que está en 10,361. Esto es en la mensual. Por lo que esperamos que mínimo vengamos a visitar esta zona de los $8 con 30 centavos. Aquí va a ser importante porque si llegas a romper 0.98, eso te va a decir que probablemente vayas a bajar mucho más porque no solo porque barriste este mínimo y vas a probablemente darte una vuelta a estos mínimos que estamos viendo por acá. Ok, es lo que estás viendo en la mensual. En la semanal es un poco de la misma historia, pero con más tragedias, porque puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, has visto el precio consolidando en esta zona y estás viendo que la volatilidad es básicamente nula. Esto nos da continuación sobre lo que estamos viviendo y lo que estamos viendo con Chainlink, y probablemente lo haga exactamente venir a barrer estos mínimos. En la diaria puedes ver el rechazo, tienes todos los cruces negativos para abajo aquí, y cuando todos están juntos es cuando más fuerza tiene para arriba o para abajo, y el precio está siendo rechazado y yendo para abajo, y puedes ver lo que está pasando con él en este momento. Me voy a echar un poco para atrás y decirlo. Básicamente tienes que empezar a cerrar por encima de los $11 para poder cambiar esto, Por ahora no tiene cara de que vaya a cambiar. Estás a punto de barrer estos mínimos acá en los 10.24. Barres estos mínimos, vas a venir a buscar los 9.28 y de ahí vas a buscar esta zona de por acá. Y ahí estás, por cierto, ya barriste estos mínimos, así que felicidades a Chainlink. Ya los barrió. Sí, porque esto dio un flachazo aquí abajo. Ya los barrió. Así que tu siguiente objetivo de barrida está por acá en los 10.10, en los 10.17. De ahí podemos ponerla y ser extraordinarios 9.9 y de acá puedes verlo por acá en los 9.8. Esta es una tabla muy bajista. Esta es una de las tablas más bajistas que he visto en un rato, no les voy a mentir. Y no tiene cara de que quiera recuperarse para nada. Mínimo, por ejemplo, Open Door estaba peleándose en la esquina de, güey, a ver si voy a subir, a ver si voy a bajar. Pero esto está de, voy a bajar, absolutamente bajar. Es lo que tiene cara de. Personalmente, si yo viera el precio en 11.12, yo abriría un corto y mi invalidación sería literalmente este huicazo por acá. Eso sería lo que yo haría. Pero tiene que regresar a esta zona. No lo voy a abrir acá porque tiene cara que quiere ranguear todavía un rato más el buen Chainlink. Y con eso, vámonos a Coinbase. Alex, we're ready. We're ready,
Nice.
son.
So Coinbase on the monthly, since back in August, we lost that monthly 9. It's just been a big point for this chart. Even last month, major wick up, but still closed below it. And that's just more a sign to be cautious. And also, we're kind of already hit it today just on this monthly open, we've already hit that level. So, it's more warranted to be cautious here, until that monthly 9's reclaimed. It's been a pretty big level for Coinbase, in the bull market. So it flipping that into resistance now, that's just what it is. The hopium though is the weekly actually held that 180, 181, 182, basically the bottom of the range. After deviating the top, went to the bottom, but if any rally up, I'm watching that 190 to potentially 195 to actually reject. And then I do think we can go back down and test this weekly EMA 100. And then from there will be a decision point. If the weekly starts closing below there, we really have to ask ourselves if this is going to bleed into Bitcoin and if Bitcoin's, macroly topped. Just especially with how the monthly is rejecting the 9 after it held the entire bull market. It's just more warranted to be caution. With Coinbase, Ethereum, they're looking a lot more worse than Bitcoin because Bitcoin, unlike Coinbase, is above its monthly 9, and it's held it this entire rally up until October. So it's really important to be cautious. We're at a very important spot. Bulls are trying to reclaim this $182, $181 level. So that's welcoming. I do think potentially we can see a rally back up on the weekly. I think we can see a rally back up to the 9, and there will be really important. Bulls want to start reclaiming that 9 and start grinding back up to maybe break this last wick high to form some structure here. Because then we can start being more in an uptrend posturing, and they're going to be trying to fulfill this as the higher low. I do think Coinbase on the weekly is in an uptrend. We broke the last lower high here based on this candle. So now the question is, where's the lower high where's the higher low gonna be? And are we able to break this last week's wick high? If we are able to do that, then Coinbase to me looks ready to go to that 240, and then reclaiming that takes us back to that 265. But as it's under resistance, you have to be very cautious of that 195 to 190 zone. And that's just what I'd expect. We lose the 9, we deviate all these moving averages. It would make sense to rally back up to it, somewhere reject here, and then come back down and maybe fulfill the bull prophecy where we start forming a higher low either here or at this EMA 100. We just really don't want to break 159.88, 150, 160, even on a wick basis. Or I do think that'll start breaking us down more. So the daily, we'll just see where this closes. We just want to keep seeing that 181.45 actually hold, especially on a daily closure. It's not a good sign when you start rejecting, the EMA 34 here. It just shows the weakness. The EMA 9, the EMA 100, and the EMA 21 are all clustering. And so, yeah, that just solidifies that, the range I talked about is going to be very strong. We end up breaking back above there, then all eyes on like 206 to 211. I often think it's better to keep Coinbase in like a range when you're viewing it, just because it's so volatile. And something to be mindful of is if we end up rolling over here, the daily could silver cross to the downside. It still hasn't, but it definitely could. That's why ideally bulls can just hold this, and just start getting daily closures back above. Maybe get a move back up to that EMA 100, maybe come down, try to form another higher low for that actual move up. On like the lower time frames, form a higher low. Bulls want to form a higher high here, keeping the uptrend structure, however it is, because the weekly is
very similar, very similar.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's all I see with really Coinbase. Watch really the daily close. It's going to determine a lot. If we end up wicking below, closing back below 180, 145, we really have to start looking at potentially a breakdown back to 157s. If not all the way, maybe back down, maybe 172 to 157. But I will think that we're going to basically hit 157 to 155. Just like when we lost support here, we just didn't stop there. I do think we'll be able to get some kind of bounce there. Considering even on this dump, we never really tested it. So, we just have a lot of liquidity there. So that's kind of the area I'd be watching for on Coinbase. I'm curious to see how the 2-day looks, and this 2 days closing in 1 day just solidifies, the unfortunate part is we just have a bunch of resistance right around that 196 to even, this EMA 100 on the 2-day at 188.72. So if you're trying to long Coinbase, I personally just wait for a daily reclaim of 211. That 211, 212 spot was pretty key for Coinbase to hold. It was unable to, and that's what caused this dump. That's kind of what I would be watching for Coinbase, and I would be targeting 240 to 238 if it did actually hold, because we'd SFP the daily estimate 200, reclaim the EMA 100 and the 9, and then hopefully that'll bleed into the monthly, actually reclaiming that monthly 9. If it does, then we'd expect a back test and just it to keep holding. Because Coinbase likes to be above there when we're in bull mode. So, it'd be funny if we just kept rejecting, but not full on just going down. These closings are really like they're always closing around the same month as the next one. Yeah, they're really not. There's nothing really different besides just a lot of volatility at the wicks. But the closing bases don't really do much. Now, if this 9 starts getting reclaimed while also holding that 180, 145, then this will actually start looking pretty good again. And just like when Coinbase was able to get back above the 9 after, again, not full on breaking down, but just kind of holding, that was it. And then every back test held, and we went, up only on Coinbase. Nice, impressive from that trigger. Even if you just played that on spot, from the top, gave you a 300% move on a very basic monthly trigger of just the 9 getting reclaimed after it was solid resistance the whole time. So that's kind of the area we're at. We just want to get that monthly 9 reclaimed for a potential move back up to 240s to maybe all the way back up to 265. So one thing next.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
On the daily, you wouldn't say that probably if you were going to enter a long, you could do it, or maybe not around right now because it's at the top of that candle, at the daily candle, but wouldn't your invalidation for the long be 177.26, which is the last wick low of this same candle, the last candle that you're seeing? Because if you take that low, you're probably going to go to the 160 area.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. And that's why, I wouldn't long this because you're front running the hope that the daily's going to hold.
Yeah.
The daily starts holding it, then you could have an easy invalidation. I always like having a little below the wick just for the fuckery of the market, especially with Coinbase. And even just targeting back to that 210, a crucial zone where you could close your long, and then if we start reclaiming it, just open another long based on the same, strategy. 100%. The issue is it's just so much resistance. So if you did take a long, I'd be just very keen to that 196. Level. Well, you're 100% right. And if we do start, SFPing, holding, and this 181 level starts to hold, then this could make an easy long, especially with what we know with the weekly trend still up, and even just like this higher low to higher high posturing. Is this the higher low? Maybe. If not, then I do think then we can go back to 168, 169. So bounce here, form, higher low. If not, then I do think it'll come, right around that 168, 169, right at that weekly EMA 100. There's a lot. That's the last spot though for bulls to hold. If we start losing that, then I'm not convinced this will hold. I'll be mindful of that though, considering we haven't hit it. But then, we start losing that 157, then it's just kind of like confirmed for me that probably going to break back down and go back to 120, which would be a pretty big move, even from 157. It'd be a nice, 21% move from there. So very crucial spot Coinbase is at. And it's at least welcoming for bulls that the trend is up.
Big dump Peru if that's the case. Hopefully not, because then that means we're fucked completely. But we'll see what happens. All righty, perfecto. Thank you so much, dude. And good luck. I know you gotta do what you gotta do. Good luck with that guy.
I'll see you boys.
Sounds good. We'll see you in the chat. And I'll announce I'll announce about Thursday as soon as we're actually, I'm going to do it right now. Por cierto, a todos ustedes que son miembros de Elite Trading Academy, el próximo jueves, no este jueves, porque este jueves está pasando de todo entre las elecciones, la Reserva Federal, etcétera. El próximo jueves vamos a tener nuestra primera clase en vivo. Vamos a mandarles un correo y también en el sitio lo van a poder encontrar donde dice a qué hora es la siguiente clase y ahí se los va a poner. Va a ser el próximo jueves, me parece que es el 14 de noviembre. Es la primera. Después de eso, el siguiente jueves no hay clase. El siguiente jueves sí hay clase. Y esta es exclusivamente para ustedes que son miembros de Elite Trading Academy, que pagan para verlos en vivos y para comentar en ellos. La razón es, queremos que ustedes, no estamos buscando más gente, y también hay mucha gente preguntando que si vamos a tener esos videos en algún lado para que los encuentren. Tenemos una cosa que se llama la librería en la página que todavía no hemos hecho visible. Vamos a poner la librería. Eso va a ser un servicio adicional para otros, pero para todos ustedes que ya tienen el servicio no les va a cambiar absolutamente nada y es gratis, para que sepan. Lo que queremos es, no queremos llenar esto de gente, queremos que todos ustedes, porque con la cantidad de gente que tenemos en este momento, es ideal. Queremos balancear eso para poder hacerlo y también darles la mejor experiencia y que tengan estas oportunidades de 4 o 5 horas con nosotros, aparte de todo lo que están viendo acá, para hacer todas las preguntas que tengan de por qué invalidarías un corto acá, qué es esto, cómo exactamente funciona la volatilidad, cualquier pregunta que tengan. Es eso. Entonces, jueves 14, nos vemos ahí en el elitradingacademy.us para esto. Y de nuevo les vamos a mandar un correo y lo vamos a poner en el sitio. Ok, estamos viendo Coinbase, que por cierto, completamente va de la mano con Bitcoin, como todos ustedes saben. Vamos a ponerlo en la trimestral rápidamente para arrancar esta fiesta. Y pueden ver lo que ha pasado. Máximo está en 430 y desde ese máximo caímos y hemos estado tradeando, nos hemos encontrado con esta resistencia una y otra vez, muy a la Tesla, al igual que este soporte, muy a la Tesla también. Sabemos que a final de estos triángulos, que esto probablemente se vaya a cerrar. Vamos a ver, quiero no moverle de donde está, porque en esta temporalidad claramente no cree esto. Denme un segundo. Ahí, y yo creo que esta la continúa por acá. Esto dice que es abril del 2025. Antes de abril, probablemente entre enero y abril del 2025, vamos a tener una respuesta a esta pregunta. Y esta es una pregunta porque es una pregunta abierta, ¿no? De la tabla. ¿Para dónde va a ir esto? ¿Para acá o para acá? Eso nos lo va a contestar entre enero del 2025 y abril del 2025, probablemente no antes, aunque normalmente también a veces pasa que estas cosas se rompen a la alza o a la baja antes de llegar al final del Apex, pero el final del Apex está en el trimestre de abril. Vamos a verlo en la semanal. Rápidamente, podemos ver que estamos por encima del 9. Bien, eso es muy importante. No queremos perder los 175.42 en la trimestral. Es muy importante eso. Y cierra esta vela en un mes y 28 días para que pongan sus alertas. En la mensual tenemos un poco de una fotografía diferente. En la mensual estamos viendo que el promedio del 9 nos ha rechazado 1, 2, 3 y caímos acá de él y estamos intentando volver a subir. Esto, en realidad, si nos está rechazando, sería malo si nos hubiera tirado, pero el 21 nos está aguantando, lo que nos hace pensar, y sobre todo cuando volteas a ver el triángulo cabrón, lo que nos hace pensar es que esto probablemente continúe rangueando por acá, en esta zona, y empiece a tener cierres por encima de esto. Aunque eso es importante, poder cerrar arriba de esta línea verde, meme, que está en los $188, esta vela mensual que tiene todavía 25 días. Vamos rápido a la semanal. En la semanal empiezan, en temporalidades más cortas empieza a haber menos alcista, pero también no hay como una respuesta a qué es lo que va a pasar exactamente. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Venimos de haber hecho este máximo en 283. Luego creamos un máximo más bajo en 272 y ahora todo el mundo está viendo este acá en los 223 diciendo, güey, esto es una tendencia bajista. La cosa es, sí, mientras has creado altos más bajos, este fue el último y ahora bajos más bajos. Ahora estás creando bajos más altos. Entonces, lo que quieres aguantar básicamente es no crear un bajo más alto de este, no quieres perder los 160. Pierdes los 160 y tranquilamente puede esto caer a gusto a los 116. Así que es algo que espero que no llegue a pasar. Tenemos el cruce del 9 bajo el 21, lo que nos indica debilidad de precio, y el promedio de las 55 aguantando por ahí justamente en los 181. El precio está en 184 en este momento para Coinbase. En la diaria aquí hay un trade interesante que depende qué tan degenerado seas, porque esto no tiene todas las cosas importantes que te gustarían. Puedes ver cómo el precio está regresando a esta línea. Y esto es algo que les había dicho. Esta línea meme es muy importante para el precio de Coinbase, porque cada que tienes una desviación bajista, es en realidad la desviación para abajo es una desviación alcista, porque es una desviación que te hace pensar que vas para abajo, pero acaba siendo alcista. Cada que tienes estos momentos, el precio explota a la alza en Coinbase. Y en este momento es algo bastante parecido a lo que estamos viviendo y viendo en este momento. Puedes ver que está intentando regresar a esta línea, formando estructura. Lo que yo le había dicho a Alex es que aquí se me hace que hay una buena oportunidad de long. Yo no lo entraría en la parte de hasta acá arriba de esta vela. Yo lo que haría es, si llega el precio por acá hasta la parte de acá, es donde lo haría. Mi invalidación sería un poco más abajo de los 176, digamos los 175. ¿Por qué? Porque si llegas a barrer este mínimo, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que vas a quedar un mínimo más bajo. Tu siguiente objetivo serían los 165. Entonces, ahí es donde yo cortaría mi long, si es que entrara en esta movida. Ahora, no hay nada que me diga acá que esto va a empezar a subir. Eso es lo malo. Si estás usando un sistema, en mi sistema todavía no tengo nada acá más allá de la especulación pura y dura del tío Salo de degenerado asqueroso de mierda, pensando que esto va a subir. Ahora, acá va a haber resistencia, definitivamente. Te metes en este long con Coinbase, esto hace resistencia y probablemente vayas a continuar rangueando. Por eso es importante entender todas estas cosas y todos estos conceptos. Por ahora, definitivamente queremos continuar lo que estamos viendo. Queremos poder retomar este nivel si somos alcistas, sobre todo en Bitcoin también, y poder dar continuación esto hacia acá. Queremos buena vela, 185. Queremos definitivamente poder romper los 188 y tener cierres encima de eso, pero definitivamente queremos retomar todos estos niveles y no tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Sería lo mejor si lo podemos evitar. Déjame rápidamente ver el de 8 horas, que nos dice el 4 horas, que ya es muy de DJ en este pedo. Todavía no lo hay, así que no se ve mal la cosa para Coinbase todavía. Niveles importantes a romper, 190 a la alza, eso te diría que vas a ir a buscar esta zona una vez más y ya de ahí te da oportunidad a buscar a crear un nuevo alto más alto también. Atención aquí en Coinbase. Digamos que hay unos trades baratos y fáciles por acá, pero podría ser simplemente un rechazo y continuación a la baja. Así que tengan sus ojos bien abiertos. All righty, sir. What are you putting in?
CELH.
Oh, yeah, the Celsius thing. Excellent.
Yeah.
This is just fucking excellent. Woo, what a fucking disgusting chart. Holy shit.
Yeah, it looks like shit. So right now on the quarterly, we're pressing right down against the 38.2% on the bottom. We're sort of holding it right now. It's at 31.05. We're like 5 cents below it. If we get any type of close below that, not only are we going to have close below that, but we're going to lose this 21. We've back tested the 21 and we're rejecting it. Very likely at the least, we're going to come down to this 61.8 and this 55 EMA. And right now that sits at somewhere around $20.51 all the way down to $18.30. And what's more likely is this 55 after, because usually when you lose the 21, you go to the 55. And that is a very significant dump from where we are right now. That's like almost 40% to the downside. Actually, it is 40% to the downside from where we are right now.
What's your target?
$18.30. If we close below, my bad.
Nothing. I was going to say that I have here, because we did the chart before. I'm guessing, I'm not sure if you did it or Alex did it, but I have like that number to be 1757, which is basically identical to yours.
Yeah, and that would be if we close below that 38.2 at $31.05.
Which we are underneath right now.
Momentum is to the downside currently, and volatility is a little sideways. So once we close below that, volatility is likely going to flip back up from here, and then we should get a pretty aggressive move towards that 55 EMA. The monthly has lost the 55. We got a back test of it and a rejection. As of right now, we have 25 days to go. We're a little bit green, but it's more looking like if we do get a bounce, it's going to be corrective, and then we're going to end up going lower. Especially because volatility is going down. So that tells you that this momentum move to the upside is a corrective move. On the weekly, we have a silver cross to the downside. We haven't retested this 21 yet, but we have freshly lost the 200 SMA, and we are rejecting the 9. Momentum is kind of going sideways on the weekly. Volatility is kind of contracting as well. So it doesn't really give you that much of a clear idea on the weekly. But I would consider it bearish as long as we're below the 5 EMA. Probably target towards that 50%, which is at $27.74. 2-day closed below the blue 38.2% zone, and now it's rejecting it. It's currently at $31.04. So if we close below that, that's going to give us a setup towards for volatility expansion. Right now, volatility is at 41%. So that would be enough to probably take us to 88.3. It's at 24.57. Daily is currently below the median and rejecting it every single time it tries to tap it. Right now, the setup would be if we close like this, we would probably come back down towards this 50%, which is at $29.14. But since volatility is so low, we probably end up going much lower than that, probably towards 88.3, which is that mid $25 number. The jewel, on the other hand, is trying to flip back around. It's within the bearish control zone. It's at the white color. If it flips around to the light blue cyan, it's probably going to break out of the bearish control zone. And then at that point, I would say that the bearish scenario is probably invalidated. There are some loud dogs.
I hear. And of course, by the way, they got to be French poodles, right? That's what most people in Mexico has.
Quarterly has confirmed bearish divergence in the bullish control zone. It looks ugly. And we've lost the 21. Volatility is very low. It's at 36%, so we could get a very aggressive move here. We've already gotten a very aggressive dump, but we could still get another aggressive dump. Right now, we're very close to hitting the middle zone on the RSI, which is $25.36. And the bearish control zone is so low, it doesn't tell you what number it would be to get there. Monthly has multiple drives of bearish divergence, and we're already within the bearish control zone. So the next area would be the bearish critical zone, and we're getting volatility expansion with this dump. Bearish critical zone doesn't even tell you because it's so low. Safe to say it's probably around somewhere around this 200, because which would be too low for the RSI, I tell you. And that is currently sitting at $12.
Oh boy.
Weekly is still within the bearish control zone. It's trying to get out, but unlikely because we see volatility going down while RSI is moving up. To get out of the bearish control zone, it has to close over $35.49. 5-day has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. So we're probably not going to be able to get out of the bearish critical zone. Four hours about to put in third drive of hidden bearish divergence. So it looks like the low time frames are lining up with the higher time frames to end up continuing downwards from here, and that this consolidation phase is probably over. The easy target because volatility is this low would be probably the bearish critical zone, and right now that sits at 22.54. So all the way from the low time frames to the high time frames, this thing looks like dog shit. And it looks like from the 4 hour that we already have our consolidation phase over, and we're probably going to end up continuing to the downside from here. And based on the higher time frames, and like the quarterly and monthly, it really looks like we can dump more than 50% from here to somewhere around $10 to $15. And I wouldn't know why it would be dumping like that. Like, are their sales bad or something? I'm not sure.
I have no idea. I don't know if their sales are bad or not. Hang on. Earnings is here. Or is it today? Wednesday, November 6th. No, so earnings is happening in 2 days. But no clue. I mean, I don't know if they're doing well or not. I mean, it's fucking, and I'm not gonna get into that. This is the one industry that I'll just keep my mouth shut until I get a big ass paycheck, because there's a lot of money riding on the line right here for me. So I'm not touching it.
Makes sense.
I'm just going to say beautiful things about him. I'm sure everything is great. I'm sure their stock is going to go up and everyone's going to be happy in the beverage industry and everything is doing great. Is there anything else aside from a shameless plug that you want to add?
No, that's a bit.
All righty. I'll do the shameless plug. You, sir, go and have a good day. Take care of Alex. And I got this.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you. Vale, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Celsius. Celsius es una empresa de enlatados en Estados Unidos, y los enlatados son básicamente esos como bebidas que te dan en el gimnasio, y personalmente no es lo mío, digamos, pero cada quien, ¿no? Haga lo que usted quiera, tío. Voy a poner una línea acá también, que se me hace que eso es importante. Ok, estamos viéndolo en la mensual. En todos lados donde la volteemos a ver, estamos viendo claramente que un breakdown, ¿no? Eso sí, has creado nuevos altos más altos, y el último alto más alto fue el 24 de marzo, bastante bueno. Pero aquí podría decir que hiciste un doble tope. Y de ahí, esto es lo que ven cuando hablamos de una reversión en un doble tope, en un doble techo. Esto podría ser, y la reversión es este tipo de movimiento, un movimiento a la baja agresivo. Desde este tope a donde está el precio hoy, estás hablando de una pérdida de 60 y casi 69%, nice, del precio. Puedes ver que el 9 estaba bajo el 21, eso que nos dice que hay debilidad en este precio, y por debajo del 55 que nos está rechazando. En todo este tiempo, déjenme ver algo. Déjenme, antes que nada, voy a hacer esto. ¿Ok? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que nos rechazó el 55? Nunca. Estamos hablando de cuando esto valía nada. ¿Cuándo nos rechazó el 50? Literalmente una vez acá. Y antes de eso venimos por acá, estábamos por encima. O sea, nada, nunca. Esto es algo que el precio casi nunca había vivido más que una sola vez y por muy poco tiempo, y acá lo tienes en una temporalidad mensual viviéndolo. Muy probablemente vayamos a buscar la zona del promedio de las 200, del 100, que también está por acá en los 25.50. Muy, muy interesante. ¿Dónde está el promedio del 5? Wow, bastante arriba también del precio, y el 34, ni se diga. Vale. Nos vamos a acercar un poco en la mensual, y podemos ver que también tenemos un cruce plateado por acá, una probada a la 9. ¿Y qué hacemos normalmente cuando tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja y el precio regresa al promedio de la 9? Lo que hacemos es shortear, señores, shortear. Tu invalidación hubiera sido arriba de este wick para decir, güey, si va a crear un alto más alto que el pasado, me salgo del trade, pero hubiera sido un trade perfecto y te hubiera llevado de 30 y... ¿qué fue? $35 hasta los 31. Nada mal. Eso es un buen bajadón en este tamaño de precios, para que vean. Es un 13%. Nadie te va a regalar 13% y sobre todo si puedes usar apalancamiento. Ahorita estamos en un punto bastante importante. Esta línea verde que tenemos está en los 30.91. Si llegamos a perder esto, va a dar continuación a todo el movimiento que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades. Esto se ve bajista y tiene cara que va a dar continuación a este movimiento hasta la zona de los 17.57. De ahí, pues seguiremos analizando a ver si va a bajar más, pero apareció en diferentes indicadores, de acuerdo al indicador de Farham de volatilidad y momentum, apareció que, o sea, podríamos llegar hasta los $5, que no, para mí no tiene sentido que una empresa de este tamaño pueda hacer eso. Es una empresa de 7,000 millones de dólares, sí, pero digo, todo en este mundo es posible, señores. Pero acá lo tienen, un cruce plateado y con esto vamos a la diaria rápidamente, acerquémonos para ver de cerca cómo estamos con el precio. Literalmente acabamos de perder el promedio de las 9 y continuamos acá peleando y peleando. Y acá tienes un mínimo en los 28.39. Yo creo que tu línea en la arena no romper es el 28.19 si eres alcista. Si llegas a romper esto, prepárate a ir a buscar mucho, mucho, mucho más abajo. El hecho que te esté rechazando el 21 y el 9 también es pésimo. Y si llegas a perder esta línea en los 30.91, siguiente objetivo está por acá en los 30.14. De ahí 29.38 y definitivamente no quieres perder los 28.20. Si eres bajista, esto se ve muy bien para ti, pinta bien, porque acá el retesteo en el 31.23 puede ser tu entrada para un short. Vamos a poner un short rápidamente. Puede ser tu entrada justamente en el promedio de la 9. Vas a poner tu invalidación justamente arribita de este wick, lo pueden ver, y tu objetivo a la baja, si lo quieres hacer tranquilo, es esto, pero no, este no sería mi objetivo a la baja, es un 10% contra un 2%, tal vez lo tomaría, pero acá lo atractivo es que esto va a dar continuación y si llega a darse este escenario donde baja tanto a los 17, estás hablando de un 43% en contra de un 2.11% en rojo, nada mal. Y de nuevo, tu invalidación está bastante apretada por acá. Así que ahí lo tienes. Esto es la idea. Y si eres alcista y quieres hacer lo mismo, no es tan fácil porque tu invalidación está mucho más abajo. Tu invalidación está en los 28.18. Así que sería más fácil del lado bajista hacer un corto que del lado alcista hacer un long en esta empresa y tiene cara que va a continuar. Aparte de que tiene resultados el 6 de noviembre, este miércoles, así que atención a todos ustedes que sean fans de Celsius, puede que se lo lleve el chorizo. Y con eso nos aventamos 4 horas. Una vez más a todos ustedes que nos acompañan de todo corazón, muchísimas gracias, los apreciamos muchísimo. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Aquí rápidamente les quiero poner esto. Aquí esto es lo de Elite Trading Academy. Aquí pueden venir a darse una vuelta, a platicar con todos nosotros, a ver las clases en vivo, a ver nuestras alertas, a ver nuestro curso de cero a trader, como de que no está en inglés, también lo tenemos en español, por supuesto que sí, y también todo lo que necesiten preguntar de precios, está todo por acá y también lo tenemos anualizado, etcétera. Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Aquí lo tienen para todos ustedes. Y de nuevo, ¿quieren aprender trading? ¿Quieren hacer todo esto y no quieren gastarse un centavo? No hay pedo. Vénganse a nuestro Discord. Ahí tienen a la comunidad. La comunidad es buenísima, es gratis. No hay restricción alguna en el Discord. También mandamos señales para todos ustedes que son gratuitas. Nuestro objetivo de verdad es que aprenda la mayor cantidad de gente, pero también no gastando nuestro tiempo a lo pendejo y diluyendo a la gente que de verdad quiere aprender más allá de todo. Pero aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Un excelente día de trading. Vamos a regresar acá en un rato, que quiero hacer un buen video de lo de las elecciones, carajo. Se viene, se va a poner interesante. Y demás cosas. Tengo más cosas de qué hablar. Tengo muchas quejas de mi mujer. Pero bueno, eso se los dejo después. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar acá conmigo. Les mando un abrazo.